A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued. A new flash flood warning has been issued.
That lighting looks weird for a second. All right, that's better. I forgot to turn on the studio lights there for a second. Oh boy. Thanks everyone for joining. I see people joining the chat. Hello, Amy K. Welcome, welcome. Well, we're back at it. Another day and more severe weather. The early round of storms that has continued over the northern Iowa area over the morning and now into the afternoon has been severe at times. And just as I was kind of getting prepped for what I was expecting an afternoon and evening stream, we had a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings and also a few tornado warnings. We're down to one right now, but there's a kind of a prefrontal complex. There's been 2 or 3 different supercells isolated. You can see them moving into northeastern portions of Iowa. Shear rate picks up on a couple of these tornado warning storms near Westgate and near Olwine. Those are continuing to move towards the north and east. The one appears to be less tornadic near Fayette as it's getting incorporated into the line segment. But the other two that are out in front, including the newer of the two, still has a tornado warning on it. Looking back just a little bit in the 1 o'clock hour, you can see a couple of those areas of rotation and how they've progressed to the north and east. The other one is actually starting to pick up some rotation again. It looks like south of Volga, a little bit of a radar hole in this area. Northeast Iowa, not the greatest radar coverage. So this one may try and cycle again between Volga and Arlington, just north of Strawberry Point. This appears to be picking back up with rotation. You can see that original tornado warned area of rotation came across Arlington and weakened, and this appears to be a new circulation that's forming around Thomasville, Iowa. So dangerous storm there. Yeah, a couple different cell mergers going on, but this is starting to develop a new look to it, and you can almost see those banding features in there. This still has rotation. It'll organize around a new mesocyclone, likely just north of Strawberry Point. And these two storms are in pretty favorable conditions out ahead of the line segment. Mariah, hello, welcome, welcome. Yeah, things have kicked off fairly quickly this afternoon. There is a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until, I think it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And that was for a couple tornadoes possible. Yeah, a couple tornadoes possible, 2-inch hail possible, and 70-mile-an-hour winds likely. And I said 4 o'clock actually goes till 7 o'clock. So this is our first watch of the day. Very concerned about this area. Gutenberg, Osterdock, Holzberg. The storm also on its own. And you can see that hook feature right in there. Go to storm relative velocity. There you go. The greens and blues headed towards the radar. The reds headed away from the radar. Rotation right in there, just north of Colesburg. Yeah, this area is a little bit of a radar hole, getting radar all the way out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. So not a great low-level look at things. But yeah, that's a dangerous storm. Rotating actually even a little stronger now, just near Millville. Radar indicator rotation and some golf ball size hail potentially in this. The hail core is going to be coming into areas around Gutenberg, Glen Haven, and then it's going to cross the Mississippi River right in here and be into western portions of Wisconsin around Bloomington and B-Town. A couple different more discrete supercells than we actually had yesterday. So also seeing rotation kind of reorganizing in there between Strawberry Point and Volga. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a new tornado warning at some point. And then what is going on there? This was a severe warden cell. It's gone through a couple different cell mergers. It looks a little more ominous on reflectivity. Right now, it's just kind of a Boeing feature in here. But I do want to pay attention to this little kind of S shape. When we get this S shape, that sometimes indicates that we have stronger winds that may push this out a little bit of rear flank surge. And if we get a rear flank surge, it can tighten up this inflow region and create a little bit more spin in there. So it's not doing it yet. It's starting to try and organize that little spin just on the latest radar scan. Doesn't have it fully worked out yet. There you can see kind of that little indicator of this surge starting to happen. That at least is going to add some extra damaging wind threat across there. So surprised it doesn't have at least a severe thunderstorm warning. This looks like a severe thunderstorm warning for me. So if you're anywhere in this area, I would get to a sturdy shelter, lowest level, into your room sort of thing. Just kind of hunker down, let this storm get past you. It looks pretty spicy right now. Heads up there, DeSoto and Lansing. Where is that? This is at Lansing, just above me. So that's
A
great.
new flash flood
Yeah,
warning
and that
has
view
been
has
issued.
changed. This is the Lansing Ferry. I don't know if it's a permanent ferry or a temporary one. The bridge is out. They've been rebuilding this bridge in the background, so there's actually no roadbed across there. So I'm not sure a temporary ferry or if it's a permanent one, but this is a neat shot. The ferry keeps going back and forth. A lot of cars on it now. And you can see the wind picking up. This is from the Iowa side of things. The wind is actually blowing back towards the west. So this is inflow winds. That is an indicator here. We have potentially a developing circulation. This storm is getting inflow into the storm. And we do have this broader surge of outflow. So starting to get a little bit more concerned with this storm. It's not tornadic within maybe the next couple minutes, but down the road, another 10 minutes or so, we may start to see some rotation ramp up in this. And it has a little bit of that look to it, that general kind of S shape in there. It's
A
also a
new
little bit on
flash
its
flood
own. It's
warning
kind of
has
out
been
ahead of the
issued.
cluster storms. So it has decent inflow as well. Yeah, that's weird. There was 3. It may take a minute for that to sort itself out. I noticed it had a little bit of let me just hit refresh. Yeah, it may have just had some server delay. I can refresh. There it goes. Pop back on. It should sort itself out. Hmm, it'll sort itself out. Yeah, right now we have the one. I don't have manual control that. I could. Oh, there it goes. Well, now it's sorted itself out too much. Now it says 0 tornado warnings. I could set it up so it manually controls, but then I'd have to keep on the side adding and subtracting different tornado warnings. There it goes. I think now it's caught up. Sometimes the server just gets a little jammed up and then it glitches out a little bit. But yeah, we are down to 1 tornado warning. We just had 3 a few minutes ago, so it was just a couple minutes behind there.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, that first circulation has gotten kind of incorporated into the line segment. That one is not as healthy. This one still has potential for tornadic circulation. This one is our strongest discrete supercell at the moment. Looks like the hail core has also come up on that cell near Gutenberg. Look at the hail. Yeah, there's hail in here showing on ZDR. This shows us different shapes. Essentially, it's kind of like correlation coefficient, but it shows us different shapes in the horizontal and the vertical. And hail is oddly shaped. So where we see those values that are lower, that generally correlates with the hail core. Correlation coefficient also kind of showing that larger hail. And then the reflectivity, I have my reflectivity really customized, and it usually does a pretty good job showing hail core. So I've used the reflectivity enough for years, a couple of years now, that I have it pretty highly customized just to show those hail cores, and it generally tracks pretty true. When we get up into those purple colors, that's generally at least about golf ball to ping pong ball size hail, some lime size hail. Then once it goes into those brighter pink colors up towards the top of the
A
screen, you
new
can see
flash flood warning
the
has been
scale.
issued.
But above the aguacero.com, once it gets into those brighter pink colors, that's around 70 dBz. Then we're getting into tennis ball size plus kind of hail. Not there yet, but yeah, that's showing right about where it's saying, about golf ball size hail in that storm. And yeah, starting to see rotation somewhat organizing in here. You can also see it in the spectrum width. This shows us chaotic winds. And this spectrum width profile shows us where there's a little bit of spin right in there.
A new
That actually,
tornado
this is a great
warning
case
has
for
been
spectrum
issued.
width. It's not showing that well on the velocity scan yet, but it is showing better in the spectrum width. And yeah, you can kind of see this leading edge right in here. That's kind of that leading front edge. This is the inflow region. And then this is the surge of the outflow that I was just showing you a little bit ago at a different look. This is an organizing area of rotation right in there along Highway A52, just south of Iowa Highway 9, approaching areas around Lansing and Ferryville. It's working right now more easterly. And I want to go back to that warning polygon from a little bit ago. East at about 35. It's probably 35 or 40 miles an hour. So let's get a track on that real quick. There we go. 45 puts it into Ferryville in about 14 minutes. Lynxville 16, Mount Sterling, Wisconsin 27, and Bell Center about 33. So we'll keep an eye on that storm. Organizing area of rotation there. Again, I'm surprised it doesn't at least have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. It should. It may just go. They may just go jump it right to tornado warning once it continues to organize. If that continues to show stronger and stronger rotation, it'll likely get a tornado warning. This one has a tornado warning that's been extended out through Gutenberg, Cassville on the Wisconsin side, just south of Glen Haven, and then over towards B-Town. Called them out a little bit ago. Southeastern Clayton County in Iowa, and then Grant County, west central Grant County in southwest Wisconsin, and is moving east at 25. Rotation showing in there near Millville. Yeah, this is a dangerous storm. Thank you, Amy K. Yeah,
A
happy
new
to have you
tornado
here.
warning has been issued.
Hope everyone's having a good Thursday. I know some people are starting to get, this is the last day of the work week for quite a few people. So hopefully if you're one of those people, congratulations. For a second, this looks like a debris
A new
signature,
flash
but it's
flood warning has
actually
been issued.
the clear air just in this little notch feature. So for a second, it heart skipped a beat there. The rotation's actually just in that first kind of little notch feature, but there are two notches that we have to worry about. And pulling this out at about 35 miles an hour. B-Town is going to be about 36 minutes. Actually, this was slower than 30. It was, I think, 25. B-Town about 22 minutes. Cassville would be about 7. And then if it does hold together, Lancaster, Wisconsin, about 45 minutes from now. The storm is moving just a touch slower and has turned a little more easterly. So that is a concern. A lot of times, strengthening supercells do turn more towards the right. So this storm has kind of come up like this and started to make that right-hand turn. That can sometimes indicate a strengthening area of rotation and a very organized supercell. So heads up there around Cassville, Wisconsin. And yeah, you can see these kind of banding features in here. That shows that there is a mesocyclone that's organizing. The
A new
mesocyclone
flash
is the
flood warning
rotating
has been issued.
updrafted in the cell, and that is a dangerous one. About to cross the Mississippi River. This camera on this ferry cam seems to be a little bit sketchy at times, but it does have a supercell that's organizing around it. You can see it's getting much darker there. Still surprised this doesn't have a warning on it. Again, not even a tornado warning, just at least a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. This is a nasty cell. I just would be in a sturdy structure if you're anywhere kind of in this area there. DeSoto to Lansing, Ferryville, Lynxville, Harpers Ferry, Seneca, Mount Sterling. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a warning polygon somewhat like that. And yeah, still starting to see this organized area of rotation picking up. Again, The latest spectrum width showing that area of organized rotation picking up in this area, parallel A20 or A52, Highway A52 in extreme northeastern Iowa. Cruz, welcome. Hello, hello. Watertown, South Dakota. Hello, TF141. This is, let's see. And actually, jumping back into South Dakota, we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch. Watertown, you guys are in that. Yeah, TF guy, I recognize you. I think you were in the other evening when we had storms around Watertown. So welcome back. We're watching these storms that are developing in central South Dakota, around the Pierre area, a cluster of storms that's gone up. Wow, actually very similar to how the model data showed, which is, that's good. It means the model picked up on something, but that's live. And let me show you the model data. That's what the model data had a little bit ago. So that's model, that's live. That's very close. That is a very good model run. Okay, so with that data, looking at the model run, it takes it that cluster storms, basically east-northeast, develops them into more of a organized line segment, and that will be what pushes towards the I-29 corridor later here this afternoon. This model is about 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock. Yeah, somewhere around dinner time or just after. That's when we're looking for severe storms with a damaging wind threat, primarily damaging winds, potential for line embedded tornadoes, and also some large hail in this area. That watch is. Yeah, that watch goes until 9 p.m. A couple of tornadoes possible, hail up to tennis ball size, and wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour likely. So likely hail, likely wind, and tornadoes possible. Here, Huron, Watertown, Brookings, Millbank until 9 p.m. And then Watertown, it'll clear out for a little while in the evening, but it's going to be kind of a nasty night. Storms may actually kind of refire on some outflow boundaries. We may even get storms overnight and early morning back into the I-29 corridor in general. So yeah, it's a very messy evening. There's going to be these clusters kind of just milling around a lot of the upper Midwest and northern plains. And these kind of situations are a little tough for models to pick up on. So that's why I was actually pleasantly surprised that the model had this cluster developing pretty accurately. Yeah, again, model data. This is model data. This is live. So very close. And already seeing these are a couple supercells in here, just looking at that model data and that current look to everything. Let's clear that out. Yeah, shear rate on this storm near Gan Valley is starting to organize. That is a pretty nasty looking supercell. And let's go in and take a closer look at that. They do have a tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning for this cell. This is in Buffalo County, southeastern Buffalo County. Tornado possible, and also some golf ball size hail, as well as Girard County or Gerald County. They're going to continue that tornado possible for Girard County. Yeah, Gan Valley area. That is a nasty storm already showing hail. It's actually a V-notched supercell already. This shows that the forward flank is fanning out, and the forward flank is fanning out around the updraft. So the updraft kind of creates a little shadow in the forward flank. The wind profile kind of works around it like this, and that's what creates that V-notching. Yeah, at the upper levels, that updraft is rotating pretty strongly, and the wind comes in and just kind of curls around the cell. So prevailing winds come in there from that direction of the mesocyclone and blow off in kind of slightly two different directions. A little bit of divergence on kind of that leading edge of the cell. Dangerous storm, wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning. Otherwise, we have like mostly hail and wind threat across central South Dakota, north of Kennebec, and around the Fort Thompson area. We are going to be bouncing back and forth. Don't think we have anything else at the moment. We do. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch for areas around Nashville. today is another one of those days where there's a little bit of a mid-level trough in here. So there is the expectation that it could kick off a couple more showers and storms across the mid-south and the south. Little bit like yesterday, there's a little cool air aloft, and then there's the heat dome. So the air at the surface level is heating up very rapidly. Warm air rises,
A new
especially through
tornado
cool air.
warning has been
So
issued.
the expectation is we may get some feisty cells tonight and this afternoon. They have bumped that storm we were just looking at. I should have stuck there another minute. They have added a tornado warning for the Buffalo County area, southeastern Buffalo County, and near Gan Valley at 3:05 Central Time. Let's see. Yeah, rotation in here just south of Gan Valley along Highway 45. Where is our closest radar? Closest radar way up there. Is that near Aberdeen? Yeah, the Aberdeen radar. Hmm. So yeah, Gan Valley area along South Dakota Highway 45, tornado warning there. Moving fairly slowly at 10 miles an hour. So take those safety precautions. Um, hmm. Pierre, South Dakota, a little bit of a rant. Pierre, South Dakota may be one of those areas, essentially kind of in Tornado Alley, in an area that's favorable for severe weather. A capital city, state capital, and it's in a radar hole. The other one I know of that's a state capital in a pretty significant radar hole is Jefferson City. It appears that Pierre, South Dakota actually may be slightly worse than that. So yeah, there are a couple state capitals in essentially Tornado Alley that are in not favorable radar coverage. This cell continues to work into Wisconsin. It's crossing Wisconsin Highway 133 just north of the Cassville area. Radar indicator rotation. This storm has continued to increase in severity. It is now being warned for tennis ball size hail. That area there, tennis ball size hail, potentially just crossing the river near Gutenberg. And that's going to continue towards B
A new
Town.
tornado warning has been
B
issued.
Town, continue to take your tornado safety precautions, but also for the large hail. Yeah, it's going to be rocking and rolling on that I-29 corridor later tonight. So if you have dinner plans or outdoor activities, if you can wrap them up early tonight, that looks to be the better option. After about that 6 o'clock time frame, we should expect those storms to roll in. And then still seeing that broad rotation in this cell near Elkader in northern parts of Iowa as well. And then broken line across northern Iowa. Some strong storms, but right now some of those are less severe. Yeah, we'll see how that works. They did kind of eat one of the supercells that were out in front of this. For a few minutes, we had 3 tornado possible supercells that popped up out in front. I scrambled to get this live stream up. But yeah, and then this one was upscaling. So brief time there where we had quite a bit of a look. I'm still shocked and confused why this doesn't have a warning yet. I understand why it doesn't have a tornado warning. I think it should
A new
have
flash
at
flood
least
warning
a
has been
severe
issued.
thunderstorm tornado possible tag. Yeah, it's still in here. It still has some broad rotation in here and some nasty winds about to push through these areas around Lansing. Here comes that storm into the Lansing Ferry area. You can see the darker clouds, pretty low cloud base there. I don't know if we're going to get a great view of this, but this camera is looking south. So it's kind of looking towards this area of rotation, this little notch feature. As this notch feature crosses the river, we may be able to see kind of the northern side of it. It may only be a brief view because then it will get obscured by the rain. But yeah, still a dangerous storm. And there is the little notch feature you can see in here. It does show on spectrum width still right in there. There's a little interface. It has broadened just a touch since a couple scans ago, since we looked at the other tornado warning.
A new flash flood
But
warning has been issued.
I still think it's a strong enough storm that it should have a severe thunderstorm warning. Approaching areas like Lynxville, Ferryville, Lansing, Harpers Ferry, Seneca, and then over towards Mount Sterling in Wisconsin. Let's see, the Marshalltown storm. I assume we're looking at Marshalltown, Iowa. Nothing there yet, but we'll keep an eye on that. It is tail end Charlie. And it might have a little bit of a hook, but there's actually another storm now going up on its flank, so it's going to have a little rough time getting organized. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some severe warnings out of these cells back through Hudson. This area is also a little bit of a radar hole. At least it's not a state capital, but Waterloo, Iowa is a fairly large city. Cedar Falls, Waterloo, that's in a bit of a radar hole as well. But yeah, there may be some hail in there. Hudson, Rhinebeck, and then just north of Marshalltown towards Conrad. This cell looks a little bit scarier than it is right now. You can see the boundary they're going up on. So yeah, there's outflow boundary, it looks like from maybe earlier storms right in there. And yeah, those storms are firing right along that outflow boundary. They're along and just behind the boundary, they should be less tornadic. But if one of these can lunge out, it may have a little bit more favorable chance to get out ahead of that boundary. This would be a little bit more rain-cooled air to the north of there. And then with the heat dome, this is really unstable, warm and moist air out in front. So that's where these storms probably have the better chance of going severe in this part of the watch area. LaPorte City, Vinton, Cedar Rapids, the areas north of the Quad Cities. And then these leading edge storms also have a pretty good chance for severe storms. But yeah, once it gets back into northern Iowa, like this second line of storms pushing through Elma and Charles City, those types of areas, little less energy here. They're in that rain cooled pool of air in the rear of the forward storms. Yeah. Wisconsin is going to get more storms, especially the southern portions of the state now. So this is getting into that dinner time, 6, 7 o'clock. We may have those storms pushing towards Fond du Lac, West Bend, Madison, and some of those areas that didn't get storms last night are going to get the storms tonight. This particular Model 1 run kind of weakens them a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if they add the severe thunderstorm watch, especially as those storms kind of close in on the edge of this current watch. At least this model takes it more as a wind risk into Wisconsin. We're not seeing as many of those individual cells, more of these little multi-cell clusters in here, these little line segments. Yeah, there's kind of a little favorable window right here where we still have these discrete cells in here. But on these multi-cell clusters, you can sometimes get, again, those like tail end Charlie storms, like this storm would be a storm to continue to watch if it's a multi-cell cluster. This storm here in this setup would be one to watch. So yeah, there's definitely a possibility of some line embedded tornadoes even after these start to cluster together.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, I think we have two different weather offices. Yes, we do. Sioux Falls and Aberdeen. So Aberdeen was the first weather office to warn this storm. It's a area of rotation that's lifting across Gan Valley. And then now that it's kind of getting close to the warning polygon there, the next county over, the office out of Sioux Falls is going to warn that. Tough to say what's actually going on in that storm. Radar indicated right now. There's a hail core in there, so that's kind of contaminating the correlation coefficient where we look for non-meteorological targets. There is some deeper CC in there, but can't really say if that's a tornado signature because the hail core is right kind of attached to that same area. Surprised this doesn't have a larger warning for not the tornado part, but for the hail. The hail is actually outside of the tornado warning for the most part, north of Gan Valley, and that's continuing to work along South Dakota Highway 45. Another storm tornado possible near Fort Thompson, the Crow Creek Reservation, and then 60-mile-an-hour winds back towards Kennebec. Yeah, dangerous cluster storms developing there. And let's see, Jim asked about tomorrow. Here's tonight, by the way. Tonight we have that enhanced risk back across eastern South Dakota, southwest Minnesota, extreme northern portions of Iowa. But that slight risk does continue through the southern half of Wisconsin. And it'll be interesting to see. I wouldn't be shocked if they bump this just a touch down further. Maybe kind of round this out. Whoa, hit a wrong button there. I wouldn't be surprised if they round that out just a little bit. And just kind of drop it down, maybe a little closer to Chicago, just in case we get some strong storms riding that Wisconsin and Illinois border. But anyway, that's tonight. Tonight we have a broad area of 2% tornado risk, although we've had more tornado warnings today in the 2% than yesterday's 5% hatched. So go figure. That's why it's interesting to look at these kind of probabilities, but they're not always correct. Yeah, we've had already more tornado warnings today in the 2% unhatched than we had in the 5% hatched yesterday. So definitely anytime in the spring and summer when you have severe weather potential, you do have that tornado potential. And that camera keeps kind of sketching out. But there's the current look of that storm working across the ferry. Not want to be on that ferry right now. There's your wind risk centered around that enhanced risk area. And then there's some of that larger hail potential back across the Dakotas. Tomorrow has had an increase in severe weather chances. They've expanded out the slight risk to cover parts of the Northeast. Looks like basically all of Pennsylvania now in the slight risk. And then they did add, earlier this morning, they added an enhanced risk across western Iowa and eastern to central portions of Nebraska, extreme southern South Dakota. So enhanced risk tomorrow. This has been, expanded quite a bit. Tornado risk back across the Dakotas and Nebraska. The wind risk also centered in that same area, Sioux City to Grand Isle. And then hail also back across South Dakota and Nebraska. So for Wisconsin, a little less severe chance for tomorrow. It looks like it's mostly going to be along the southern portions of the state, which is some of the more populated areas. Madison to areas around Milwaukee and points south has the higher chance of severe weather tomorrow. And 4th of July, day 3, this is Saturday, another broad area of severe weather potential, especially across the high plains again, back into Colorado, Kansas, and southwest Nebraska. And then for those 4th of July festivities, they do have a slight risk right now across the mid-Atlantic and back into the upper Ohio Valley. So stuff to watch on Saturday as well. All right, couple tornado warnings. I was broadening out, looking at that severe weather watch back in the mid-south. Not much going on there, at least for warnings. Still seeing that circulation kind of broadly in there near B-Town. It's a little less organized than it was just a couple minutes ago. But there is circulation kind of wrapped up right in there just west of B-Town along Highway 81. Yeah, Highway 81 there into western Wisconsin. That is basically pulled out of the Iowa areas. So it's more of an issue for west central Grant County. I would expect in the next couple minutes they'll trim this up. Millville and Gutenberg, you guys are out of that tornado risk. This has moved on to your east. However, this area, not a one and done. There's more storms back to the west. Mostly a wind threat at the moment, but this area pushing through Arlington is a pretty strong storm. Strong storms through Waterloo. And then still watching storms fire back to the west along that boundary. Albion, Conrad, Lincoln, just north of the Marshalltown area. Let me quickly, while we're in this area, check this warned storm, or not warned storm, but the storm still strong near Lansing. And just south of there, yeah, there's still a little spin right there in the leading edge. 50-mile-an-hour gusts, 53. I'm surprised. It's a borderline severe storm. I would have it as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm just to cover everything, but yeah, it's a pretty strong storm. Ferryville, Gaze Mills, Seneca, Bell Center, Mount Sterling, those areas in western Wisconsin. And yeah, for that storm that we just mentioned, is the National Weather Service following this stream? Because we just mentioned this storm again, and that area around Volga, Strawberry Point, Arlington now gets a severe warning. That's going to continue all the way into western Wisconsin. So some of those current areas under the tornado warning, you do have more strong storms to your west. Those are going to be working through. This middle batch is strong, but not quite severe. This is your severe risk back across Strawberry Point. That's Fayette and Grant counties. Wow. Yeah, not great radar coverage. We're looking up about 10,000 feet from the closest radar. The second closest radar is about 12,000 feet. So not great options to pick from. But yeah, there is your general area of circulation in there near Gan Valley, just north of there, along Highway 34. It's basically just west or just east of 45 and right along Highway 34. Still seeing that broad area of rotation in here. It's yeah, it's not quite as tight as it was just a little bit ago when it got tornado warned. Yeah, it was a little bit tighter in here. But it has broadened out just a touch. Severe thunderstorm continues there. Potentially some golf ball size hail in that storm. There's 34. If you're on 34, it's a rough ride. The other area near Fort Thompson, tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This storm also has some larger hail in it. At least quarters, probably more like the golf ball size hail. And $50 to golf ball size hail also across the Crow Creek Reservation, and just kind of general thunderstorms then back into the western side. This area of the cluster storms is a little more rain cooled. We may see kind of two storms take over. I think we may see those two storms kind of continue on with an all hazards severe risk. And they finally have warned that the rest of that storm that's been out of the warning polygon for a little while, considerable threat for the golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind, and that tornado possible tag. So they have it now decently covered. The whole cell is covered for the hail and wind threat, and then the area where the rotation is down there just to the north and east of Gan Valley. Got our first severe warned storm in the mid-south. This is going to be for the areas just south of Nashville. Yeah, this area under a severe weather watch until 8 o'clock in the central time zone. Isolated hail up to quarters, isolated winds, 60 mile or 70 plus likely, and then frequent lightning. So gusty winds is the main risk. Similar to yesterday, clusters of storms, downburst winds are going to be the primary threat with those, and maybe some small hail. Already seeing that there. Some wind and potentially some small hail in that area. And Storm Prediction Center, National Weather Service, and right now and me are on a connection here because they are just about to issue. Should see it populating here in just another minute. They're just about to issue a new severe weather watch that I had just kind of mentioned would be likely since these clusters of storms are approaching the end of the current watch area. But this is going to be for southern Wisconsin. A couple of tornadoes possible, isolated hail up to 2 inches, that's lime size, possible, and 70-mile-an-hour gusts are possible. Lake Delton, Madison, Janesville, Beloit, Kenosha, Milwaukee, West Bend, up to Sheboygan. It's basically going to be where that current watch is, and then off to the east. And it's going to go down to the state line. So it's going to be this area here. You'll see it fill in the next couple minutes. Severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. in the central time zone. Should fill in just a minute. Looks like we've added a new warning, golf ball size hail, and a new tornado warning. Confirmed tornado near Gan Valley or 25 miles north of Kimball, northeastern Buffalo County. A weather spotter confirmed the tornado 11 miles northeast of Gan Valley. Yeah, northeast of Gan Valley. It's going to be up in there. Well, it should be. We are really far from the radar, so unless it's something that we're not seeing here, the actual tornado is not, I don't think, right near Gan Valley. It's actually going to be up here, and it doesn't appear to actually be 11 miles. Let's see, from there to Gan Valley is going to be about 6 or 7 miles. Maybe the storm spotter is 11 miles northeast, but yeah, that's about 6 miles northeast of Gan Valley. I don't want to be too critical. That warning has all kinds of issues. First, it looks like the tornado, the area of rotation, isn't even in that weather office's area anymore, and it's going to continue working off to the northeast. So they've put this all the way up here, areas that are not likely to get a tornado. And then, yeah, the wording itself is kind of wrong because they say it's over Gan Valley in part of the warning. And then they also say that it's 11 miles northeast of Gan Valley, which is also not correct. In either case, it's going to be over rural areas, north and east of Gan Valley. The only other potential, again, we're so far from the radar site. The only other potential, if there is a tornado in that area, is it would be an anticyclonic tornado. You can see here we have winds going towards the radar in those blue colors and away from the radar in the reds. This is the mesocyclone of this supercell. There is some winds going towards the radar this way and away from the radar this way. So there's a possibility there's an anticyclonic circulation in there. Generally, those are only reserved for some of the strongest tornadoes. I guess it's possible. So either way, I guess if you're in those warning polygons, continue to take tornado safety precautions. The kind of slightly frustrating thing is both of those areas of rotation are not 11 miles north and east of Gan Valley. So Gan Valley is right here. They're both, I think, about 5 to 6 miles northeast of Gan Valley. The one rotation that would be the main circulation, that is going to be about 6 miles. Yeah, about 6 miles northeast of Gan Valley. If there is a anticyclonic spin in here, it's also going to be about 5.5 miles northeast. So we'll continue to watch both of those.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then, yeah, the other issue is this is radar confirmed by the Aberdeen office. This is radar indicated by the Sioux Falls office. So there's also differences in the communication here because we're at two different warnings offices. This is getting a little frustrating, to be honest with you. This is where offices should coordinate better because we now have 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings for, I think, likely only one tornadic signature. And the office that it is in does not warn it for observed. The office that it already has left is also now warning it as observed. So it's just a mess in here. This is a case study for offices coordinating with each other better. And yeah, because this is just a big giant mess right now. There's your tornado. It's likely crossing Highway 34 just to the northeast of Gan Valley. And yeah, there's still, I guess, is a possibility we could still have some type of anticyclonic thing, but I don't think we do. I think we just have the one tornado. It's in this little notch feature in here. Making this whole thing worse is we're in a radar hole, so there's also some understandability of the communication breakdown that we're looking at this storm from 10,000 feet, and we don't really have a good low-level look at that, but yeah, that could be handled better. This other storm has a little bit of spin in it, also north and east of Fort Thompson, and the other cell also has some spin down here south of Fort Thompson. Still seeing some hail and wind, mostly in those storms. There is the populated weather watch that we just gone over. Includes Baraboo, Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, West Bend, Watertown, Madison, Janesville, Kenosha, Milwaukee. And that goes until 10 Central. We've lost our tornado warning for this storm, but considerable threat for the golf ball size hail. Yeah, that tornadic signature not showing as strong right now, but we'll keep an eye on it. This does still have a little notch feature. It may try and organize a new area of rotation. That would be south and east of B-Town, Lancaster, Ellenboro, Livingston, Platteville. That's definitely a storm to watch. You want to be in an interior room away from the doors and windows and be ready to take tornado safety precautions if this gets reorganized. Nasty day at the ferry. Things starting to clear out around Lansing, but that storm has moved off into Wisconsin around Mount Sterling. And yeah, borderline is severe storm. Berryville to Seneca to Eastman. That's going to continue up towards Soldiers Grove, Steuben, and Westport. The good news is that area of circulation has broadened back out and kind of gotten a little messier with all the convection around. So that may not be as much of a tornado threat as it was back here into northeast Iowa. They have warned this storm out more, 60-mile winds, quarter-size hail. Elkader, Strawberry Point, Edgewood, and then down towards Holy Cross, Richardsville, North Buena Vista, and areas like Granoville. Ivan, how's it going today? Hope all is well. Stones, welcome. I'm doing well. How are you? We got the stream fired up pretty early tonight since there was, right as the stream was starting, there's 3 different tornado warnings. So we've backed off a little bit on that, but yeah, storms were feistier a little early today. All right. I think we got those areas covered for a minute. I do want to look down here. A couple other isolated severe storms in Mississippi and also in upstate South Carolina. And then just kind of isolated popcorn, just kind of garden variety, typical for the Gulf Coast time of year. These can pulse up. These can create little micro bursts and downbursts and be severe storms briefly, but not expecting a widespread severe weather event across the South today, with the exception of maybe some more concentrated severe weather in Middle Tennessee. Let's go back to this cluster of storms. Tornado possible tag continuing there. They've extended that warning out around Fort Thompson. Let's see what shear rate actually says for this storm. This is where we had at least an observed tornado north and east of Gann Valley. And yeah, shear rate has picked up a little bit more intensity in that storm, continuing to show that lifting across the 34 corridor. And then we still have also shear rate is increasing in this storm. This is that storm that also was showing some rotation to it north of Fort Thompson. Let's take a look at that storm and reload the radar. Jesse, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we may be dealing with some severe weather in Minnesota again later tonight. Minnesota is quiet right now for the most part. Yeah, pretty quiet right now, but we may be dealing with storms later across Minnesota. This cluster of storms that's in central portions of South Dakota right now gets to the I-29 corridor around 7 o'clock at night, and then pushes into western Minnesota around 8. We may also get some storms, according to the model here, later today in central Minnesota. It's an isolated chance of severe storms there. And then this all pushes eastward into the overnight hours, and then we may get more rounds of storms even tomorrow morning. It could be a wet and stormy night with more clusters of storms developing out of the high plains, out of Nebraska, and then working into the Missouri Valley overnight, and more clusters of storms across Wisconsin, Iowa. So yeah, it's going to be a messy night. A little less severe risk across, it looks like, according to model data, a little less severe risk, especially if you're north of 94. But yeah, 94 and points south and west in Minnesota, you do have to watch for multiple rounds of severe weather possible. Texas checking in. Nice. I think there's a couple people in chat from Texas. I don't know which parts though. Yeah, you're in that hot and humid regime. Storms going up kind of randomly around Houston. Not moving much. So some isolated flash flooding with downpours. Houston, a little bit flood prone. There's a lot of low-lying areas that don't drain very well. So anyone that lives in this area probably knows where some of those areas are, some of those underpasses and things like that. Just keep an eye on that later tonight. And then things will pulse down after sunset. But yeah, kind of the typical day around Houston. Let's check this storm around Nashville again. It is a severe storm just south of Nashville. Let's see. Also right over the radar and also over the airport. So could be some problems. Yeah, just off the airport runway. That's going to cause potentially some delays to the Nashville airport around Franklin, Cool Springs, Nolensville. Kind of a cluster, not really organized. And just kind of a disorganized cluster of storms capable of producing some 60-mile-an-hour downbursts. You guys had that big tornado a couple of years ago, right? The Baytown area. December? Was that a December tornado? Oh yeah, you're right on the bay. You're going to get some showers and storms later. Look at the outflow boundaries all interacting, bumping into each other. So yeah, it'll be an isolated to scattered storms. We have outflow boundary bumper cars going on. We have Gulf breezes plus outflow boundaries. It's just going to create more storms, and that's why they're not moving that much. Not a lot of steering flow down in this area. All right, back in here. Well, let's get back and look at that tornado warning that was just extended again. What have they done here? They backed it off to radar indicator. That's the correct call. If there is a tornado still in progress, it would not be in that warning polygon. It's going to be over here north of Highway 34. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop with that, but we are up quite a bit. We're up about 10,000 feet. May have been something a few minutes ago right in there, but that could also be hail contamination on the correlation coefficient, so it's hard to say. Tornado would be tucked up right in there, east of Highway 45, north of Highway 34. I doubt it would be a tornado watch. I think we will probably see more severe thunderstorm watches, especially if this cluster follows the model guidance and lifts off towards the east northeast. Then, yeah, likely later tonight we would see more severe weather watches, at least in southwest Minnesota, um, and then later progressing towards the Twin Cities. But yeah, Twin Cities are kind of right on that cutoff where we might see a little bit lower severe risk anywhere there, especially south of 94. A little better chance of severe storms. Right now, all these watches are severe thunderstorm watches in progress. They do have notes there that tornadoes are possible in these severe thunderstorm watches, and we've had I guess 5 or 6 severe warned storm or tornado warned storms so far today. This cluster may develop more into a wind risk as it kind of congeals. Right now, we still kind of have 3 distinct supercells in here. So they are all 3 of them capable of all hazards, severe risk right now. But as they work towards the east, they should cluster up. And yeah, they're all probably capable of golf ball to lime size hail. They've upped the hail chance there in that middle cell. They've also added the tornado possible tag. The rear cell, also tornado possible around Fort Thompson, golf ball size hail. Golf ball size hail in the lead cell that is tornado warned. So yeah, golf ball to lime size hail, 1.5 inches, 2 inches in diameter. And then all 3 of them do have some areas of rotation. One right there, and another up in there. So keep an eye on those. If you're anywhere from Fort Thompson, Gan Valley, you may be back into a severe threat in a few more minutes, and then headed over towards Wessington Springs. At least according to the model guidance, it doesn't show like a derecho or anything. It does show a pretty nasty cluster of storms, especially through the I-29 corridor. But a current model guidance weakens those storms into the evening. This is about 11 o'clock according to this model, and we do see general weakening across those areas. If we get any of those kind of 80-mile-an-hour plus winds, it may be in some of these southern clusters of storms. And while these storms are more discrete in the short term, as well as late overnight, um, yeah, we may see a stronger batch of storms also develop into northern portions of Nebraska. That could have some stronger winds in it too. But not 100% no. It's a lower chance of some of those highest winds. Let's see. Yeah, the highest wind chance is going to be in this area, southwest Minnesota, Marshall to Worthington, and then into much of the eastern portions of South Dakota. This is the higher chance that you could get some 75 to 80-mile-an-hour winds would be in this area. You can see the wind risk does drop off fairly quickly once you get around that I-94 corridor. If you're in the Twin Cities, winds certainly 60 to 70, but and then things drop off even quicker north and east of the Twin Cities with the wind risk. But yeah, this area down in here, the I-29 corridor from Watertown down through Sioux Falls, down even towards Sioux City, could get some of those stronger winds. new radar scan coming in, so we'll take a look at these, see what the update looks like. Not a ton of change. Yeah, these storms aren't moving that much. So yeah, there's still an area of rotation in here, kind of riding just north of Highway 34, north and east of Gan Valley. It's going to be west of Westington Springs. Should be lifting. Yeah, it's still in here. It's lifting kind of north and east. So still staying west of the Westington Springs area. Yeah, moving more northeast right now. Tornado warning continues there. That's started with a J. Gerald County, South Dakota. Tornado warning continues there. And then just be cautious. There are more tornado possible storms to your west. A couple different storms with some other circulations to your west. We are just getting a new Storm Prediction Center outlook, so we can take a look at that, see if there was any major changes. I don't see any major changes on just the initial check of that, but yeah, we can take a look and make sure we didn't get any major adjustments to that storm. I'll take a look in a couple minutes in case it hasn't loaded in yet, but tomorrow's risk, they've expanded tomorrow's risk back across the Midwest and into the northern plains. Tomorrow, still kind of that same broad area, better severe chances into southwest Minnesota and higher severe chances, just maybe a little nudge south across eastern Nebraska, western Iowa, um, still portions of southern South Dakota. And then they have expanded this risk all the way across the I-80 corridor from Des Moines, Chicago, Kalamazoo, Detroit, northern portions of Indiana and Ohio. And then they've also expanded this all the way into the East Coast. Looks like all of Pennsylvania under a slight risk tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow does have a severe chance as well. And 4th of July also has a severe risk. Right now, just a touch lower, but that could change. But severe risk in the mid-Atlantic and then upper Ohio Valley and then out into the central high plains. They're going to continue a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag and stretch that out to the north and east. So I like they're doing that. It's a weird warning because we're in two different National Weather Service offices. It'll be interesting to see if the Aberdeen office fills this in a little bit because there is probably strong to severe storms in this area already. Looking for those gusty winds and hail threat to pick up. Area of circulation still back in that tornado warned area, and it seems like it's slowed down. Seems like it's slowed down a little bit. It was, I think, warned for 10 miles an hour. Yeah, northeast at 10. So it's luckily still over very rural terrain, but there are some small communities out here, towns like Westington Springs. Yeah, nice to meet you. I appreciate those questions too. It's always fun getting the questions in the chat and being able to go over stuff and get some live looks at some of the upcoming weather. I'm kind of waiting. I was waiting until today or tomorrow to do a deeper dive into Saturday's weather, especially since I just kind of earlier this morning made some changes to that outlook. I do want to kind of wait and see what the weather looks like for 4th of July, but I'll put it out an update video probably tomorrow on that. Still not imminently tornadic. This previously tornado warned storm crossing Lancaster, Wisconsin, Ellenboro, and Livingston. This is in Grant County, I believe it was. Yeah, Grant County. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there. Some hail and gusty winds. And then looking back into the areas in Iowa, still seeing this storm continuing to work towards the east. It's going to work across some of those same areas that were in the tornado warning a few minutes ago. So if you're in your safe place, I would just kind of stay hunkered down. Wind, some hail, and lightning are the main risks there. Pretty far from the radar site, so it's really hard to see what's going on at the low level. I'll keep an eye on this little area. There's a little bit of a notch kind of right in there near Colesburg. I don't see a ton of rotation in there, but again, we're kind of right on the edge of useful radar data. So it's hard to see. As this continues to work towards the east, we'll get a little better radar data out of that storm. And then strong storms, still I'm surprised they're not severe warned. Soldiers Grove down to areas north of Bloomington. Yeah, there's the line of winds in there near Steuben, pushing through Soldiers Grove down through Millville. And that's going to head towards Boscobel, Wisconsin, Westport, Avoca, Orion, and we'll follow these storms there, eventually tracking towards the Madison area. So heads up there. Oh, let's see, it's about 4 o'clock. So rush hour gets going in Madison, especially with the government workers around 4:30. So hopefully we can get through rush hour before those storms get in. How's your cat? How's your cat do with the weather? Yeah, I haven't actually talked about that too much. We're a dog family, but I'm actually impressed. Our dogs do not seem to be scared of thunderstorms. I know I've been around dogs that have, and they freak out, and it's you got to keep them very calm. But yeah, we've gotten lucky. Our dogs do not seem scared of the storms. How does your cat do? Our dogs will bark if it's like really close lightning, and it's that that really close lightning that shakes the whole house. And I understand, I would bark at that too if I was a dog, but it's not really like a not in fear type of thing. They're not like hunkered and shaking like some dogs I've seen that are scared of storms. We have we can start a side channel of like fairycams.com or something, because we have this ferry, and then we have our other ferry is in Wisconsin. Where is that? Look, there's our ferry out of Lake, Wisconsin. You can see the ferry pulling away. It must have been full because it left those 2 cars. But this is Lake, Wisconsin, north of the Madison area. We're watching this area for storms later. And then, yeah, where's our other ferry? And yeah, there's our other ferry on the Mississippi River. This is at Lansing, Iowa. Oh, that's good. Yeah. If your pet likes weather, that's always a nice thing. Just double check, see what's coming out of Canada here, because I do see a new warning up in upstate New York. Okay, not as much. This area has had multiple clusters of storms the last couple nights. This is more of an individual storm cluster. 60-mile winds, Canton, DeKalb, Brockville, Lisbon, and Ogdensburg, right along the St. Lawrence Seaway. Starting to get a little less of the discrete cells in this area. Starting to get more of this line segment that's working through. So this may kind of cause more of a wind risk as this pushes into Wisconsin. This is still an interesting cell. It was tornado warned earlier. It's still kind of a discrete supercell out in front. This line segment should catch that storm at some point, but definitely an area of interest that we'll keep an eye on. Right now, the line is moving east at 35, and that supercell is still moving east at 25. So yeah, eventually it will catch up. And especially if it does cluster in more of a line segment, we may get, a little bit of more of a push towards the east and speed increases. So yeah, it's going to catch that supercell eventually. This cluster of storms is also expected to eventually transition from supercells into a more of an organized convective system. It hasn't yet, but there's some interesting spin in here. That center area is kind of slowed down a little bit. The other storm is still working very slowly off to the northeast. But then this cell on the bottom side of this cluster is actually kind of organized and surged out towards the east a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on this whole area for some interesting boundary interactions and storm interactions. looks like we've lost some of the spin generally, or tornadic spin in some of those other cells. There's some broad rotation still in that middle area. And then if there's a tornado, it's still going to be in here north of Highway 34 in western Gerald County in central portions of the state of South Dakota. It's in a very rural area, but where are we getting the radar data out of? Yeah. So there's that broad rotation or spin in this other cell. See, it's a lot broader compared to our tornado warned area of circulation. It's only a couple miles across, maybe only a mile or two. Yeah, a couple miles across. This broader circulation is like 10 miles wide. So it's just kind of the whole storm is spinning and rotating on an axis over here. I actually don't know. With those tornado warnings in progress earlier, I jumped on the stream a little bit quicker than I was expecting. So I actually didn't really set dinner plans yet. I may have to do here in the next couple of minutes. My phone is also charging in the other room, so I may go grab that in the next couple minutes too. Still seeing some rotation in here. Yeah, should start to get better radar data. Still out of the La Crosse area. Okay, yeah, La Crosse radar is still the closest apparently, but yeah, there is still rotation in here. Has it increased? It has increased a little bit again. It's a new area of rotation near the Ellenboro community, and then generally headed north of Platteville towards Rui. Keep an eye on that. It's a little bit of a supercell, still has a little notch feature in there. Rotation kind of in this area. Looks like that doesn't quite align. Yeah, okay, they're a couple minutes apart from each other, so every now and then the radar scans and we get slightly different scans. So this has just jumped just a little bit towards the east. Rotation would be in here. Again, approaching the Rui area. And that was at 25. Let's track that out just so we have that little area of rotation tracked out. 25, Rui, about 21 minutes. If it holds together, Mineral Point would be about 47 minutes. And then the whole storm itself, probably not the tornado part of the storm, but the whole storm itself,
A new
you'll probably
tornado
deal with it a
warning
little bit
has been
in
issued.
Dodgeville. That's going to be closer to about an hour away. Yeah, especially days like this. This is, I mean, it's a bad day if you're in one of these hailstorms and tornado warned storms, but for covering meteorology, today is one of those days where we have a variety of weather. We have a couple of discrete supercells, we have line segments, we have tornado warnings, we have general thunderstorms, we have kind of a little short wave that's moving around this ridge of high pressure. So there's a lot going on today, which is helpful to stay busy. And we have seen an increase in storms around Sardis and Savannah, Middle Tennessee, around Centerville, Tennessee, and then also just south of Nashville. That's going to add to the mess. Nashville traffic is always bad anyway. That's just going to add to the mess of Nashville traffic. Just moving some cameras around. That way we get a better visual of things. All right, let's pull this camera up. Should have probably pulled it, but I did not have our Tennessee cameras lined up, so I got to kind of crop and move stuff around. Okay, that looks cropped. Now let's put it back in its little home. Is that a bird that just flew by that camera? Okay, good enough. This is out of the, let's see, this is I-65 at 840, just in the edge of this warning area near, let's see, it is, okay, it's down in here. So yeah, it's just on the edge of the warning polygon. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It does look like there's some breezy winds, and traffic is
A
already
new
bad
tornado warning
around the
has been
Nashville area.
issued.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Wet roads also there. With this 2 different warning offices, we're going to continue to kind of bounce between the 2 warning offices. They have warned that storm tornado warned again on the Aberdeen side of this tornado warning. Rotation has backed off, but it is still kind of in here. So it's north and west of Weston Springs. It's going to continue working off towards the north and east. Very remote areas in central Hand County now, southeastern Hand County, central South Dakota, northeast at 15, and yeah, still mainly rural areas of Hand County. So some good news. Yeah, not a lot of communities out here. There may be some more as we get towards the 281 corridor, so we'll keep an eye on that storm. Yeah, that's still kind of out in front, and then starting to get a little more clustering for this storm back across the, or not Nebraska, South Dakota 45 corridor. Seeing some hail also picking up in a couple of these cells, but a nasty cell coming through the Gan Valley area again. And yeah, we may see more of a wind risk develop out of these storms. As they push east, they may start to incorporate this supercell that's out in front. But yeah, this whole cluster has kind of evolved a little bit over the last hour or so, from kind of linear east-west to more of this seen new storm development, a little bit of spin, and it is evolving into, I think, more of a wind risk at the moment. That will push towards Westington Springs and eventually towards Huron, and model data puts it towards the I-29 corridor later tonight. Let's see. This is starting to surge out too around Westport, Boscobel, Wisconsin. Keeping an eye on that area for some damaging wind risk. Still seeing a little bit of broad rotation in here near Ellenboro, approaching Livingston in western Wisconsin. And then we have a big cluster of storms, Bloomington, Glen Haven, Gutenberg, down through Colesburg, and then Greeley to New Vienna to Richardsville, another severe warned storm. And then this storm has also increased. It's come out of the Waterloo area in Iowa, especially south of town. That one does have a tornado possible tag on it. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Oh, yeah, there is a little bit of wrapping circulation in there. And that has increased in the last couple minutes. Near Independence, Raleigh, um, Robinson, Masonville, and Manchester. We'll keep an eye on that storm. Do I have a camera over there? We might. Some of those names sound familiar, so I feel like we might have a camera in Independence. It's not a live camera, but we do have a still camera in Manchester, looking back towards those storms. So yeah, you can definitely see the overshooting tops and then the lower clouds back on the right. I think this looks to the southwest. Yeah, that sounds somewhat. I don't know the exact time, but it's yeah. For Minneapolis, it would be a more of an overnight threat for the severe storms. Once those storms get up towards the I-94 corridor. Yeah, broad rotation in there right now, just south of Independence. We'll keep an eye on this as it tracks along the US 20 corridor. Independence to Manchester, back down towards Ryan. This is a upscaling thunderstorm, showing a little bit more rotation as it works towards the east. And what's the speed on this one? This is east at 40. So starting to get a few more severe thunderstorm warnings as well, out of some different locations. Yeah, up to 21 severe thunderstorm warnings. So getting into the busy time, we've already had peak heating across the eastern and central U.S. So these storms are tapping some of that storm fuel, some extra instability, and the daytime heating that warms up the Earth's surface pretty good. And then these storms in the upper Midwest are kind of along the jet stream boundary. Lamont, 15 minutes. Winthrop, about 6 minutes. Manchester, 27. And Ryan, also about 27. So it's going to work through the warning polygon in the next half hour or so. But that's a dangerous storm. Yeah, this is an area I've been watching. It's in really poor radar coverage, but there's a little bit of a notch on the southern flank of this storm around Holy Cross and North Buena Vista, about to cross the Mississippi River into southwest portions of Wisconsin. So we'll keep following that location. And then this storm still showing some broad rotation in there. A little bit more hail contaminated right now. Yeah, that rotation is backed off a little bit just south of Union. They have added the tornado possible tag for a new severe thunderstorm warning that covers areas in Lafayette and Iowa counties. That does include the Dodgeville area, Mineral Point, Linden, Rui, and areas around, I think I said Mineral Point, north of Belmont. So what I was just looking at is you may think the rotation is here around the Union area because you see these brighter greens and some brighter reds going towards and away from the radar. On reflectivity, though, that doesn't exactly match where the rotation would normally be on a supercell. That actually is hitting this forward flank boundary. It's because there's some hail here, so this is a little bit of side lobe contamination on the radar presentation. So what I was doing is actually looking at this storm from a couple different radar elevations. The radar beam is not just one beam, it sends out kind of a fan of radar beams. And by going up to the different elevations, we can actually see the real rotation is back down further, um, further south of the Union area. And that checks out. That's a little bit more typical where we would see that rotation down in this little notch feature south of Union, not up in this area along the forward flank. So still seeing some weak rotation in there. That's why this is only a tornado possible tag and not a tornado warning. But it's a good idea to kind of have your tornado safe place ready to roll and make sure you have kind of that tornado safety plan ready to go. If you're out here towards Mineral Point, Mifflin, Rui, and even Waldrick, those sort of areas that are east of this storm. Also seeing still the winds in this storm surging out Boaz to Muskota, Wisconsin. That's still kind of a borderline severe storm itself. And then seeing those severe storms push through Cassville, back through areas around Independence and just south of Independence. And then we've also had some new storms go up in western portions of Iowa around Fort Dodge, Rockwell City. A couple different storms with some small hail and gusty winds out there. And just kind of broadening out, checking for any more development. Still seeing storms going up in that heating of the day across the Mississippi Valley and the Tennessee Valley. See, not above me. That's above me. That's in Nashville. Traffic already pretty bad on I-65. Our storm, it's still been tornado warned. It has had at least one tornado that was observed by weather spotters a while back. It's not anywhere near the rotation that it had. That is still in areas there in southeastern Hand County and southwestern Beadle County, and still in portions of Girard County, moving northeast at 10. $half size hail is also a threat there. And then more of a line segment starting to work through 60-mile-an-hour gusts, tornado possible, some small hail. But as we can start to see here, this cluster is starting to transition into more of a multi-cell cluster rather than those discrete supercells, generally pushing towards Wessington Springs. It's also starting to make that eastward push, so we'll keep an eye on this cluster if you're out here towards Watertown, out here towards Brookings, and even the Sioux Falls area. You may have to keep an eye on it, but especially I think north of Sioux Falls, north of I-90 seems to be the more concentrated threat for this complex of storms. And yeah, that supercell is going to basically get incorporated into this whole complex. And we'll see this push east as more of a cluster of storms. Heads up there around Brookings. A couple new severe warnings there around Fort Dodge, too. And now seeing some stronger storms going up in the GTA between Hamilton and Toronto. We'll keep an eye on that. A lot of lightning in this area. Just in the last about 40 minutes or so, we've gone from 0 lightning to 231. So nasty day here at Burlington, Ontario, Oakville. If anyone has holiday weekend plans around the lakeshore, this is a decent amount of lightning here. And this whole cluster is going to slide into western New York. It looks like it's kind of extending out along the lakeshore. So heads up north of Buffalo, potentially towards Rochester later today. That's a nasty little cluster of storms. And there's another little severe cluster that's coming out of Ontario up towards Canton, New York. Today looks a little bit less widespread of a severe weather day across the upstate New York, but we'll keep an eye on those areas as well. All right, I'm going to go get my phone and also, as Jesse mentioned, check on a dinner plan for later. We've had a lot of live streams, so I have not done a lot of good dinner planning this week. So we'll take a look at that, and we'll continue to follow this cluster that's developing in South Dakota, and then this organizing cluster of wind-producing storms across the Mississippi Valley. All right. Got my phone back from the charger. We're good to go. Hello, Sarah. How's it going today? Hope you're good there. Staying cool, hopefully. Yeah, let's take a look at that Fort Dodge storm. Those storms have uptrended quite a bit in the last couple minutes. Wow. Yeah, very quickly those storms have upscaled. Pretty decently close to the radar site, too. They both have a little bit of broad rotation. They appear to be elevated supercells, creating a hail threat. The good news is this lead cell looks like it's going to go south of Fort Dodge. Yeah, Fort Dodge, you're in the warning polygon, but the core of this storm is going to go to your south. Heads up there around Colville, Otho, Lehigh. Your hail core is going to be tucked up in there. And let me see what kind of hail we're dealing with. That's about right. Yeah, ping pong ball size hail. But that's uptrended. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets larger hail as it continues to work off to the north and to the northeast. That speed was only 25 as well. With so many different clusters of storms and different storm modes, from discrete cells to Boeing line segments to multi-cell clusters, there's quite a bit of variation in the speed today. Some streams I can set the speed at like 1 speed and it'll continue with that, but yeah, today some of the storms are moving faster, some are moving slower. And then these storms are all kind of lined up along a boundary. You can see that boundary in there near Clemens. It's like that whole boundary is kind of back building through the Des Moines area. So Des Moines, you're not in a watch, but you may get some strong to severe storms late this afternoon, early evening. No, you're good, Sarah. I grabbed my phone, stepped away for a minute, and got a bowl of ice cream because I got weirdly hungry. I think it was Jesse's fault. Jesse was talking about dinner, and it made me hungry. Yeah, mostly wind right now. Yeah, nothing really tornadic, at least right now in those storms. The question in there to Molly. However, hail is the main threat with those. Looks like they have both surged their own little outflow boundary. So, yeah, as long as they're outflow dominant, that should reduce that tornado threat. This one could catch its outflow boundary, so we have to watch that one, but it wouldn't be quite towards the Fort Dodge area. I know. You're in the St. Louis area, Sarah. Are you a frozen custard person, or do you like more like the traditional ice cream? I'm kind of mixed on the frozen custard situation that a lot of the Midwest is like really famous for. Here is the storm out of the Colville area. So that's a good look at that storm. Oh, geez. Custard's last stand. Yeah, I get it. That sounds funny. Custard's last stand. That's pretty hilarious, actually. This is transitioning to more of a wind risk in portions of central South Dakota. Oh, that's neat. I do like a good snowball every now and then, like the icy things. Yeah, they're pretty fun. Tropical flavors and stuff. Starting to get that surge of winds. Oh, surge of winds. Speaking of that, this camera in Tennessee, this is in the severe thunderstorm warnings south of Nashville, just started to shake a little bit. So we maybe just got an outflow burst in there. Let's pop over there and see what's going on. right now we still have that one tornado warning. Looks like we'll be losing that in the next couple minutes. That storm doesn't seem to be tornadic anymore. But yeah, these storms just south of Nashville, kind of just milling around in here. And I think we did have just a little burst of wind as that first storm that was severe warned. You can see it gust out, and it's almost like throwing a rock into a puddle. You can actually see these outflow boundaries in a circular format. Those can kick off more storms as they push out into uncontaminated air. This is all warm and moist air out ahead of that. So they act as little mini cold fronts. Oh, wow. That actually sounds amazing. I haven't had an icy or a snow cone in a while, so I actually don't know. I don't know what the going rate for a snow cone would be right now. They used to be like super cheap. There used to be like a little place near where one of the places I lived where they had a little snow cone stand on like the town square, and I don't know, I feel like the snow cones were like maybe like $3 or something like that. Yeah, that's pretty good too. We are a commercial-free station. There are a couple places, since we do have kids, I won't say exactly where, but there's a couple places on the Gulf Coast. Um, Ocean Springs has one. I think Gulfport might, and Bay St. Louis has a place that has boozy popsicles. So if you're down that way and you're over 21, I'm sure it can pull up on Google search. But yeah, pretty cool little space. These storms working into Wisconsin, severe warned around Potosi, Jamestown, and Platteville. Still seeing this tornado possible supercell that's out ahead of the cluster of storms. Still has some rotation in it. Weak though. Very weak rotation still. Around the Rui area, just south of Rui, and around the Mifflin area. That is generally still headed towards Mineral Point. Yeah, still about 20 minutes away from Mineral Point. It is moving very slowly. Yeah, Jesse, that's a good point too. It's a little concerning today because we have all these severe storms. We have a lot of lightning around, and there are people that are fishing, and um, there are people that are fishing and doing lake activities and stuff. It looks like actually our lake view has changed a little bit. This isn't really a sky view. This is at the ferry at Merrimack on the Wisconsin River at Lake Wisconsin, and it was sunny earlier, but you can tell it's not really sunny. You don't really see the shadows anymore. These storms are closing in on some really big recreational areas right now. Not severe, but storms around the Wisconsin Dells, and then this is Lake Wisconsin here, where the ferry is. This picture in the above me is from right there, looking off to the northwest. So yeah, those storms are closing in on some recreational areas, and this whole weekend there's going to be even not severe. There's just going to be a lot of storm activity. So it is always a situation I worry about lightning. Lightning is severe anytime, especially when it hits you, and obviously you're more susceptible to lightning doing recreational activities and also people that work outside. Still seeing the gusty winds surging out in this storm, Westington Springs. Oh. Yeah, I guess cruises probably do have a lot of good. I guess cruise probably would be a good spot for some ice cream and frozen stuff. Yeah, they're amazing. If you're thinking of the same place I do, they use like natural ingredients too, which is really cool. Cruise, please refrain from spamming caps. It looks like the bot got Cruz. He just yelled, "Let's go." So sorry, Cruz. I agree with your enthusiasm, though. I thought I fixed that. I feel like every time I reload the bot, it doesn't change it like overrides my settings. Every time I have to log in, I think that's what it does. Because I've switched this thing. I might have to switch to like one of the other mod bots, like Nightbot or one of the other ones, because I feel like it's just not saving my settings. Ooh, donuts. Yeah, donuts are pretty good too. Couple less severe storms as these storms are pushing into western Wisconsin. Still seeing gusts to 60 and some areas there, especially that one storm tornado possible. This storm also in eastern Iowa also has a tornado possible tag. It has kind of very broad rotation in it, south and east of Independence. And then strong storms back through Waterloo, some isolated storms, severe with hail. And one of those is a storm that's gone up near Des Moines or over Des Moines, now being warned for wind and hail. And very quickly, this is about 20 minutes ago, not even really a storm. It has gone up very quickly, moving to the northeast. Ankeny, Elkhart, Valeria. Um, yeah, 60 in wind, 60 in quarters in that cell. And then we had that question about Fort Dodge earlier. These are non-tornadic cells. They're mostly just hail producers at the moment. Golf ball size hail. Ping pong to golf balls in there, especially that lead cell. Yeah, and this cell is being warned for quarter size hail around Summers. That's about right. Thank you, TF guy. Yeah, if you're new here, we try and keep it fairly calm. I'll be honest, I'll get excited a little bit, especially if our cameras are showing like a tornado in progress. I'll get a little excited, but try to keep it calm. And yeah, that's a great idea. Just keep us on at work, especially if you're getting ready to leave work and need to check out the weather in a certain location. We try and focus on non-hype and science-based communications. Was TF Guy, were you from the Waterloo area or Watertown? You still got a little while. Those storms are still decently far off to the west, but they are starting to make a push towards the east. They will get to the I-29 corridor later this evening. Yeah, this will likely extend into Minnesota eventually. Twin Cities, I'm optimistic the Twin Cities may miss out on the worst of this activity. But yeah, you do have to watch out there, Jesse. Overnight severe threat across the Twin Cities, and it may be more, like you said, in that 5 a.m. kind of time frame. Wow, yeah, Tennessee, Middle Tennessee is lit up pretty good. Nothing too crazy. These are all basically downburst storms. They pulse up, and then they pulse up very quickly, and then they downburst and just collapse on themselves. And as they collapse, that big column of air that they've already surged up just comes all the way down to the ground level. And that's why these, because they're not moving much and because they're pulse storms, these outflow boundaries are very circular. So as one of them downbursts, that's where you can get the isolated 60 to even 70 mile an hour winds sometimes. And then that outflow just spreads out along the surface and then causes new storms to form. So like out here, you can see some of these new storms forming from the original storm. The storm has broadened out around Masonville, more of a wind threat head towards Ryan and Manchester. Cruz, are you spamming multiple chats? Cruz is actually a spam bot, and he's been fooling us the whole time. Let's see. Yeah, that tornado warning expires in 2 minutes and doesn't look tornadic anymore. That original rotation actually weakened a while ago. There are a couple areas of rotation on the leading edge of this. There's one kind of right in there along Highway 34 near Westington Springs, and another one just north of there. So we'll keep an eye on those two areas, kind of on the leading edge. This may transition to a line embedded tornado risk. I actually didn't see what you said, so I just saw your wrong chat thing. But hope you're doing well there, Cruz. Northern Alabama is technically in that watch area. But it does look like most of the storms right now are concentrated into Tennessee. Nice. Congratulations. Still seeing that lead cell. Actually, it's interesting. This lead cell hasn't really been caught by those storms yet back across the Mississippi River. This is a problem. This is a hail core that's gone up very quickly. Yes, there is a little hail core in there. That has gone up relatively quick. Ellenboro, Platteville, you may get some larger than, oh yeah, definitely larger than 3/4 of an inch. That's probably at least $half size hail, a little pocket of that, crossing Highway 61 just south of Lancaster. It does look like the hail may have also increased a little bit in that cell near Linden, so we'll keep an eye on that one. New update from the National Hurricane Center. The tropical storm Douglas, that's out in the eastern Pacific, is expected to become a remnant low on Friday. So that storm continues to weaken. The Pacific, I don't know if we can see it. Let me see if we scroll here. We do have an issue.
A new tornado warning has
tornado
been
warning.
issued.
Real quick, let me just touch with this. Do we have it out here? Yeah, we have a big problem out here. This is a tropical storm right now. And boy, I'm blanking on its name, but tropical storm, it is expected to become a super typhoon as it closes in on the northern Mariana Islands, and this is also Guam. Guam is a U.S. territory. There are especially Marine, or I don't know if they're Marines, but military. There's a military base there, so there are a pretty high amount of U.S. populations out here, and Guam is in the general path of this developing storm system. I'm blanking on its name. Let me find it again. Bavi. Tropical Storm Bavi. Bavi. And right now it is expected to track towards the Marshall Islands and towards Guam. And yeah, some of the model data takes it down into like the 800s millibar range for pressure. So this could be a problem in the next little while. Let's see. We may have this. We'll go to the tornado warning in a second, but I do want to, while we're here, see if we can pull it up. Oh. There it is. Cool. You can use the new Aguacero. Just got some new hurricane things, including some Japanese satellites. So that helps cover the Pacific. Let me turn off a couple things, and we'll turn off the probability of wind. It's a tropical storm. It is already highly organized tropical storm. You can see it is blossoming out here in the Pacific. And yeah, it's generally headed west towards the northern Mariana Islands and towards Guam. Right now, it is roughly still a ways away. It's roughly 760 miles away from Guam, but it will start to make that push towards the west. And yeah, for a tropical storm, that's a picture. That is a very organized tropical storm. You can already see it has outflow fanning out. It just looks like one of those hurricane symbols. And yeah, it has a very central dense overcast. You can see there's overshooting tops in here in this core. So it is definitely an organizing tropical storm, rapidly organizing tropical storm. And I think it was at about 65 miles an hour on the latest Hurricane Center update. Wouldn't be surprised if the next update that it's officially a typhoon. Fort Dodge, Iowa. Interesting. Some areas will warn for, okay, yeah, that's like, it's a considerable threat severe thunderstorm. So it's being warned for the larger hail, golf ball size hail, and yeah, both of these cells being warned for golf ball size hail. The first one is going to miss Fort Dodge, but it's that second one that's coming out from the south and west that may get a little bit closer. I think both of those actually may miss downtown Fort Dodge, but yeah, potentially golf ball size hail in those storms. They've also rewarned the one storm out towards the east, Webster City, Duncombe, and Blairsburg. Yeah, central Iowa is starting to escalate a little bit. I think I saw on social media there were some storm chasers that actually went out to the Philippines. I think they're expecting to intercept Typhoon Bavi. Don't know exactly how to pronounce it, so sorry about that. But yeah, they are expecting to get that and intercept it later as it gets towards the Philippines. So they've bumped and expanded a little bit of that watch area down into central portions of Iowa. That does include the Fort Dodge area, down through Des Moines. So severe thunderstorm watch until 7 p.m. And then, yeah, we did get a, it's good to hear that the Fort Dodge emergency management is proactive warning like that. So yeah, some communities will warn for considerable and certainly destructive severe thunderstorms. It's important because you want to treat those very similar to tornado warnings. The destructive severe threat. That one is not destructive. It's considerable threat for the hail. Tornado warning here for Woonsocket, and that's Sanborn, Aurora, and still in Gerald County, central South Dakota. That's moving east at 35. Forestburg is also in the path of that. Woonsocket around 440. A couple more minutes there. Yeah, still seeing a bit of a mess of the radar. It's still up fairly high and also contaminated with some hail. Let me see if I can make that a little better and highlight the rotation just a little bit more. We'll go up to a different elevation. It's broadened out just a touch in the last scan. This is a better scan of it just a few minutes ago, right before it was tornado warned. Winds going away from the radar towards the radar. That is the area to watch. And yeah, that's the area that they warned. So it's tucked back in, kind of right in there. It's not some of this contaminated mess, but yeah, generally headed up towards the Woonsocket area at 35 miles an hour. Woonsocket, 22 minutes or so, and then Artesian, that's towards the end, just outside of the current warning polygon, would be about 51 minutes. It'll work through this warning polygon in about 45 minutes or so towards the areas along South Dakota Highway 37 and along and parallel to Highway 34, south of Lane, the Woonsocket area. If you live along there, take those tornado safety precautions. Lowest level interior room away from those doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside, and basement or storm shelter, obviously the best options. But if you don't have one of those, go to that low level interior room away from the doors and windows. Let's see. Grab an updated camera from the Fort Dodge area, just looking at those storms. That is looking east on US 20. There's 3 storms right now around the Fort Dodge area, all capable of quarters to golf ball size hail. It does look like right now the cell that's closest to Fort Dodge actually likely has the least amount of hail. That lead cell still does have some hail in here around Duncombe. And then also watching this severe cell working up around Rockwell City. They've kind of missed that warning polygon. They should probably center that back up. Rockwell City towards Manson, Pomeroy, likely getting some of that hail. Small hail core, but that's lifting off. That one may make a little closer run towards the Fort Dodge area. Not really a tornado threat. Those all have released outflow boundaries. So they're kind of right on the edge of rain-cooled air and some of that really unstable air to the south. Same for the Des Moines area. It's really gone up along a former rain-cooled boundary, kind of acting as a cold front and pushing against some of that really warm and humid air out to the east of that. Same for this area that you can see a little bit of outflow boundary along here. Monticello, Central City, Dubuque. That should keep some of these storms below tornado-producing storms. This is still a potential tornado there. Tornado possible tag still in here. Still seeing some hail contamination on that one, but generally it's in here just north of Mineral Point. Between Mineral Point and Dodgeville, it's going to cross 151. And we'll keep an eye on that one continuing to work a little bit closer every time towards the Madison area. If you're out on Lake Wisconsin, severe thunderstorm warning here. Tornado possible tag also added into this complex of storms. Lime Ridge, Loganville, North Freedom, over towards Baraboo, Wisconsin, and then down through Bluffview and Springfield, and also Black Earth. This camera, where is our other camera? Our ferry cam is right at Lake Wisconsin. It is right there, looking at the Merrimack ferry crossing on Lake Wisconsin. So it is just on the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning. And you can see the wind is starting to pick up in that camera. How's it going, Caleb? Welcome. Yeah, Molly, your sirens might go off a couple different times because there's the 3 cells there, and they're potentially, at least right now, 2 of them are considerable threat. They may upgrade this 3rd to considerable threat. So as they continue to work through that Fort Dodge area, they're going to warn those sirens. Caleb, south of Des Moines. Right now, that storm is just in Des Moines and to the north and east, but kind of watching this little boundary right in here. We may get some storms to fire. There's a couple storms back here, even now into southwest Iowa. But it's crazy humid right now, so we'll kind of watch those storms lifting off towards the northeast. But if you're in Des Moines and south and west of town, you may be able to get your commute in without the storms. If you're headed north of town, a couple more minutes, let those storms get through. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour gusts. Not really. I think it's just, oh yeah, there was a little bit of a hook. But I think it's just more of a, they're kind of along a boundary, so it looks a little suspicious, but it's not really rotating. It's lifting up towards the radar site too. Yeah, not really seeing rotation in there.
Has been issued.
This little hook is this kind of gray area, and not seeing any actual rotation in that part of the storm. Looks suspicious though. I see why they rewarned the same section instead of just trimming the warning polygon. They rewarned that whole same section. So I thought maybe they were rewarning it because it was confirmed or something. It's still radar indicated, but your rotation in there, yeah, broadly to the south of Woonsocket. This is your area going away from the radar and then surging towards the radar. Getting radar data out of Sioux Falls right now. So yeah, generally lifting east-northeast. May slide south of Woonsocket. Woonsocket, though, you're kind of in that bulge of wind right in there. There's also another kind of broader area of rotation just to the north of Woonsocket. Let's see. A little bit of a contaminated radar signature, but yeah, working up in the storm a little bit. There is kind of broad rotation back in there. So we'll keep an eye on that whole line segment. And yeah, they do have the whole line segment warned for tornado possible. Also, they upped that to a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And that's for areas around Woolsey, Huron, Alpena, Woonsocket, Lecter, and eventually towards Artesian. Starting to make a push, too. That storm system is starting to push towards the east at about 40 miles an hour. This is not tracking just the tornado portion. This is tracking the whole line and the wind threat. Woonsocket, 3 minutes. Huron, 9. Mitchell, South Dakota, 22. And areas like DeSmet would be about 58. Same for Howard, around the 55 mark. Some of this is also back building down towards the south, so it's crossing I-90. So Mitchell, that's not quite a severe storm yet, but it may be by the time it gets to you in the next 20 minutes. Okay, they've dropped that considerable threat just barely. They've dropped it from golf ball size hail to ping pong ball size hail south of Fort Dodge, kind of right in that Fort Dodge area and just south of there. So back-to-back storms. If you got hail the first storm, you may get hail again the second storm. And then this one's hanging back a little extra around Rockwell City. This one has a little bit of a hook too that just kind of keep our eye on. Right now, those are all basically elevated hailers at the moment. Here's a look out of that Fort Dodge area. Yeah, let's pull that camera and see what's going on there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they have warned now in the South Dakota, they have warned that secondary area of rotation that we are also just looking at. That's going to be north of Woonsocket around the Alpena area, and that's working off to the north and east as well. Beetle and Girard County again, 40 miles an hour to the east. So that's one of the reasons why just a couple minutes ago I warned that, or I timed out that whole line, because the whole line has severe wind gusts, but also there are a couple different circulations in there. So yeah, timing out that whole line. That failed. Let's do that again. There you go. Mount Vernon 1 minute, Lecter 12, Mitchell 18, Plano 27, Iroquois 33, and Carthage 41, Spencer 50, Willow Lake 54. Woonsocket, it's going to be pretty close to now. Lecter next 10 minutes. And Iroquois is right on the edge of that warning polygon, about 33 minutes. So yeah, this is quickly turning into a considerable threat, a pretty dangerous cluster of storms across central South Dakota.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And now they've warned another area of circulation in Beadle County. So yeah, turning into a little bit of a QLCS. There's a couple different circulations in here. One near Huron, one near Alpena, and then one lifting just south of Woonsocket. But now all three of those circulations are tornado warned.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, getting PDS severe. Let me let's tuck that camera away for a little bit. That's again out of the Dodge City area. Yeah, circulation in there near Huron. The other circulation broadened out, but near Alpena. And that first circulation seems to have weakened near Woonsocket. That's pretty close to another severe storm, that's why I tracked out that whole line. But Mount Vernon, that's a pretty strong storm on its own. This whole cluster has some small hail embedded in it and potentially 70-mile-an-hour winds with a couple different embedded circulations.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That's escalated rather quickly. PDS severe thunderstorm warning. This is what we were just talking about. These communities should likely sound their sirens because you want to treat these like a tornado, warning. So PDS severe thunderstorm warning, 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds, and that is reported. The Platteville Airport measured 78-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and also radar indicated hail threat. So we have hail and damaging winds there around the Platteville area. That's where this line segment has surged out in the last couple minutes. Belmont, Rui, Mineral Point, Darlington in Wisconsin. This is a severe thunderstorm there that is capable of some destructive winds. Actually, let me change my stream title. All right, that's good. I do like to update my title every now and then. When we came on, there was a bunch of tornado warnings in Iowa. Those have died down a little bit. So severe warnings still in Iowa. The tornado warnings are back into South Dakota. And yeah, if I'm not covering your storm right now and you get a severe warning, especially if it's considerable threat, destructive, or a tornado warning, do take your precautions, even if I'm not talking about that distinct storm. But yes, areas around Dodgeville, Mineral Point, you have that lead supercell over you now. That's still its threat of its own, but back here towards Mifflin, Rui, and especially surging out near Belmont, that's where we have the potential for destructive 80-mile-an-hour winds. And yeah, that storm has produced 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts around Platteville. That lead cell actually produced some hail. It looks like some 2-inch hail near Gutenberg by emergency management. So it's been a busy morning and afternoon already. Yeah, we've had some large hail at times. In Iowa, looks like 3.5 inches of hail. That's pretty sizable hail earlier in Iowa. And earlier, that first lead storm cluster was also a considerable threat for a while with 70-mile-an-hour winds around the Mason City area. Looks like just recently we've had some 1-inch hail around the Des Moines area. That's lifting off towards the north. That is still a severe warning cluster of storms. I was looking to see if we had any new wind reports with this cluster. Potosi earlier, 60-mile-an-hour gusts. 60 at Mifflin. And yeah, 78 at the Platteville Airport. All right, there's some communities in the path of that. Dodgeville, about 13 minutes. Linden, 3. Darlington is going to be about 9 or 10 minutes. Mineral Point, about 8 minutes. Cobb would be in the next couple minutes there. The major part of the threat is in this area near Belmont, generally towards Fayette in 15 minutes. Waldrick in 15. And you can see they've stretched out a severe thunderstorm warning covering a lot of those areas we just timed out. But Blanchardville, 70-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible tag. That kind of covers this whole situation here, I think. So that's a decent way of doing it. There's its own severe threat with this supercell, and then you have the considerable to destructive threat areas around Belleville, Platteville, Mifflin. But this is a dangerous storm, generally headed east. Blanchardville, Monticello, Fayette, Lamont, Argyle, Darlington in the path of that storm. The supercell that still has a little bit of rotation would be Dodgeville to Mount Horeb, and then we'll keep an eye on this, generally headed towards the Madison areas. Let's see that ferry camera. Still seeing the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning continuing for that cell. That also cell is gusting out pretty strong, coming through Arena, Prairie du Sac, Bluffville, and then that'll eventually approach the Lake Wisconsin area, where the camera, not above me right now, the camera here is located. You can see the ferry is pretty crowded on Lake Wisconsin. And they now have rewarned that cell. This was a tornado warning storm earlier in Iowa. Confirmed funnel cloud by the storm spotters. So this has now gone tornado warned in Iowa County, south central Wisconsin. That's around Dodgeville, moving east at 25. Weather spotters confirmed a funnel cloud near Ridgeway. So now a multifaceted set of situations here. Yeah, there's actually a new area of rotation that's tucked up in the storm. That's a very weird area, but that rotation has picked up in intensity in the last couple of minutes. Very weird area of the storm. It's not really on that hook. It's up kind of in the forward flank, just ahead of the hail core. But it's there, and that's moving east towards Barnveld, Hollandale, eventually Mount Horeb. So those areas, you want to be in a tornado safe space, lowest level into your room. Stay in your tornado safe place if you're in the Dodgeville, Mineral Point, Hollandale area, because you have the destructive threat with the bow echo that is approaching from the west. So it is literally a 1-2 punch in some of these warning polygon areas. Some people's phone alerts and their NOAA weather radio is probably going absolutely nuts right now. And wow, that has escalated rather quickly into southwest Wisconsin. We also have our QLCS tornado threat across portions of Huron. And yeah, Huron, there is a rotation up there. Broad rotation east of Alpena. And then still seeing rotation south of Woonsocket. 3 different tornado warned sections of this storm. There's a lot of gusty wind in here as well. But broadly, we can kind of see these circulations, how broad they are too. Artesian, Iroquois, Huron to Cavour. Those are areas that you need to be in your tornado safe space. Multiple counties there in east central portions of South Dakota. Yeah, we've been following storms also elsewhere, as Ken I. Rose said, Nashville there, severe thunderstorms around the Nashville area. This camera's kind of been back and forth between the storms, and it looks like right now, maybe a little bit drier roads. We've seen rain and gusty winds at times around the Nashville area. Mostly just pulse storms. There is a little bit of a little mid-level wave through here, so most of those have actually pushed away from the Nashville area just in the last couple minutes. You can see how quickly those have pulsed down. We may get more storms, though, on some of the outflow boundaries. Those outflow boundaries have pushed north of Nashville and sparking new severe storms near Clarksville, Guthrie, right on the Tennessee and Kentucky border. None of the storms in the south are that organized. They're mostly just isolated gusts, downburst to 60-mile-an-hour gusts, and not as big of a hail threat down here either. So we'll continue to check in on Nashville at times.
A new tornado warning.
They've now issued a new tornado warning for the other cell, the cell that is considerable or destructive threat. Lafayette and Iowa County, capable of producing a storm near Belleville. And that's going to head towards the Mineral Point area, as well as Waldrick, Hollandale, Blanchardville, Fayetteville. So if the destructive severe thunderstorm wasn't enough to get you to your tornado safe place, this area will. Yeah, it's a big surge out. New area of rotation there near Calamine. Things have escalated rather quickly into portions of western Wisconsin. It's also moving east at 40. Fayette, 14 minutes. Lamont, 17. Argyle, 26. Blanchardville, 27. Waldrick would be about 13 minutes. And then New Glarus, 45. A couple of different circulations in here now in Wisconsin. This one has tightened up rather quickly as well. This one had a funnel cloud report. Nothing screaming correlation coefficient on there right now, but we'll keep an eye on that area just north of Dodgeville, north and east of Dodgeville along Highway 18 near Ridgeville. That's a dangerous storm. Barnveld, Blue Mounds coming your direction. Thank you, Joy in Life. Yes, that's what our focus here is. No hype weather. There's, as we were talking about this last night too on our stream, but there's a weather streamer that has a fit for everybody, and we're trying to kind of fill the niche of science-based, no hype weather communications. So, you know, there's good and bad for different weather situations. There's your rotation there. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you for the support. And yeah, anyone new here, like and subscribe. Click that bell icon. I get notified when we go live or post forecast videos. The easiest way, even if you don't want to click the bell icon, is just subscribing. Subscribing and liking sends the YouTube algorithm a little message that that our channel is worth sharing with more people. So that helps get the important information out. And yeah, definitely, especially like right now, liking and subscribing, and also sharing. If you're not in an area that's getting severe weather, but you have friends and family that are, send friends and family the link if they're in the Dodgeville area or Blanchardville or in southwest portions of Wisconsin this afternoon. And then, yeah, we're bouncing back, still seeing those tornado warnings in portions of central South Dakota. Some good news is some of this has weakened just a little bit. That's a really messy one. Yeah, rotation in there, just north of Huron. This area, I think this middle area has weakened. East of Alpena, there is a little bit of spin in there still. Yeah, it's right on the leading edge of that, just crossed Highway 37. And then our other circulation is still south of the Woonsocket area. Yeah, south of there even. Right in there. Tucked back in the rain. That's a little bit of a dangerous one. Tucked in the rain there. But tornado warnings continue for these locations in South Dakota. That is a tornado warning for Sanborn. And then the other storm to the north has extended out from Alpena towards Iroquois, Sanborn County again, Beadle and Gerard County. Gerald County.
PDS severe thunderstorm warning
And then also Beadle County. So a couple different warnings for a couple of those same counties there in central South Dakota. And they've upgraded that to a destructive threat. All right. Kingsbury and Beadle counties, destructive severe thunderstorms, 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Looks like a station here, a measuring station, has recorded 90-mile-an-hour winds at the Huron County South, or Huron, South Dakota station. So this is another storm where we have to treat this like it's a tornado warning with 90-mile-an-hour winds. That is a crazy looking velocity signature. So let me see. Guessing it's at the airport. Yeah, it's at the airport here, just north of Huron. Could be straight line winds. That could be some type of tornadic circulation. Either way, you want to treat this as a destructive severe risk as it approaches areas like Cavour, Iroquois, DeSmet, Bancroft, Yale, and areas north and east of Huron. That is a dangerous storm. Destructive threat, 90-mile-an-hour winds. That is working to the east-northeast at 50 miles an hour. They've also warned tornado possible around around Mount Vernon, Mitchell, Plano, Artesian, and Howard. Yeah, tornado possible tag, because there is rotation on the southern flank of that storm near Mount Vernon. That area has had 64-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We've also seen 73, so we've confirmed the considerable threat for the southern part of this line. And then, yeah, there's the Huron at 90 mile an hour. Oh boy, things have escalated rather quickly just in the last couple minutes. Taking this out along the leading edge, I'm going to take out this storm first. About 40, 45. Cavour, about 4 minutes. Iroquois, 14. DeSmet, 23 or 33. And not many populations out here, but Riverside Hutterite Colony, about 5 minutes or less. And areas like Osceola, South Dakota, 20 minutes. Bancroft, 25. Destructive severe storm. You do want to treat that like it's a tornado warning. Lowest level, interior room, away from the doors and windows. And yeah, basement storm shelter, better options. If you don't have that basement or storm shelter, lowest level in an interior room, away from glass, away from broken glass, windows, skylights, all that stuff. Usually like a bathroom or a hall closet, that sort of location. Still seeing the rotation in here near Calamine. Also, hail is in this cell near Mineral Point, but that tornadic circulation has broadened just a little bit. Yeah, still working in here just north of Calamine. I don't see a CC drop with that one, but that one could produce a tornado at any moment. Calamine, Fayette, Waldrick, Blanchardville. And then let's go back. Yeah, we'll take a look at ETAs there in a minute. I do want to look at this tornado warning storm real quick. Ridgeway. Basically, that circulation is over the Ridgeway area. Not seeing a correlation coefficient drop. This shows us meteorological targets. And I don't see any non-meteorological targets in there, so hopefully that's off the ground. It was reported as a funnel cloud a little bit ago. Confirmed funnel cloud. So continue to stay in your safe place along Highway 18, Ridgeway to Barnveld, Blue Mounds. Those areas there, tornado warning continues. That's for Iowa County. Iowa County in Wisconsin. They've extended warnings out through Mount Horeb, through West Middleton, down to Monticello, just north of Monroe, for considerable threats, 70-mile-an-hour winds. They've also extended tornado possible attack through Lake Wisconsin. So there's the lake. Lake Wisconsin is getting darker. You can see the ferry line there for the ferry. It's going to go downhill real quickly there with that broad area of rotation near Bluffview. That's generally headed kind of center line for Lake Wisconsin. So if you're on the lake, time to exit the lake. Yeah, that's a dangerous situation. There's also pedestrians, it looks like, waiting for the ferry as well. So that's a dangerous situation too. Anywhere there on the lakes, if you're in southern Wisconsin, you're on the lakes, it's time to wrap up your lake activities. We do have other storms. Most of those are standard severe warnings. A couple of those were considerable threat a few minutes ago, but areas around Des Moines, and especially north of Des Moines in central Iowa, we have severe warnings there. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch out in western South Dakota. Storms are going up rather quickly there in the last few minutes with a new warning around the Sturgis area. Mostly hail is the threat out there, isolated hail threat. And then back in here, 90 mile an hour. This was recorded at a weather station at the airport. So that's a reliable weather source. Those weather stations at the airport have to be calibrated and they're regularly checked because that streams sensitive data that the aircraft needs. So that has to be a pretty accurate reading. Tornado possible. You can see this bowing shape in here, Lecter, Artesian, Mitchell. That's bowing out towards Fulton. This may get close to areas, especially north and west of Sioux Falls. Yeah, let's take a look here. There's Watertown, Brookings. Right now, on its current track, we'll see. For the Watertown area, and now they have just warned the next area down as destructive. So I guess TF guy, the answer I guess right now is these storms are
warning has been issued.
Holding their own. They may get a little weaker because this is a pretty serious destructive warning. So I wouldn't expect them to hold 90 mile an hour winds for a crazy extended amount of time, but so they may technically weaken a little bit, but these are high-end severe thunderstorms, generally approaching the 29 corridor in the next hour or two. Let's see. This is a different 90 mile an hour wind. So this complex does have potentially more widespread 90 mile an hour winds. This one is a different recording station 8 miles east of Alpena. And that was an area that looked like the rotation somewhat weakened. So that's a problem. Yeah, we've recorded a couple 90 mile an hour winds in this location here. So that makes me a little less suspicious that this was a tornadic 90. This may actually be an area that has legit swath of 90 mile an hour winds north and east of Alpena and around the Huron area. Quickly approaching Cavour and Iroquois. De Smet is up next, and then Lake Preston. Unfortunately, we're not getting as clean of radar data, just the way the storm is motioning. We have the radar beam that comes out like this from the Sioux Falls area, and these storms are kind of crossing perpendicular, so it's not the cleanest radar signature. If you have storms that are down the radial of the radar beam and coming parallel to the radar, then you get a more accurate wind reading. But in here, there's so it's actually kind of underreporting. Probably the gusts in here in this blue are showing up about 74 miles an hour. There's somewhere in here in this blue area pockets of 90 mile an hour winds. Looks like there was also a train spotter report of a funnel cloud earlier in Beadle County. So yeah, dangerous storms there. Yeah, so it's this pocket of blue in here. That's lifted across the areas around Alpena. So that likely is actually underreported at about somewhere in there. There's some pockets of 90 mile an hour winds. And then this area here between Huron and Cavour also has the 90 mile an hour winds. Watertown's going to be close. A little too close to call right now. It appears like south of Watertown has a higher end threat. Brookings. If you're anywhere south of Watertown, in the Brookings area, Arlington, Badger, Lake Norden, Bryant, if you know friends and family down that way, I'd give them a call and give them a heads up, because this is going to get, this could get ugly here with some destructive winds approaching some more populated areas in eastern South Dakota. There is the winds starting to hit the ferry there. You can see the winds kind of picking up on the lake. That is, yeah, that's an interesting camera. All right, leaving the destructive thunderstorms in South Dakota, we would normally basically stay on that, but we have other destructive severe thunderstorms in Wisconsin right now. A couple tornado warnings also with these. Radar indicated tornado warning continues there around Waldrick and Fayette. Yeah, we're busy here right now. Rotation in here between Fayette and Waldrick. It's kind of broad. There's a couple of actually different little areas of circulation on the leading edge of that, but the main circulation is in here, crossing Wisconsin Highway 23. And that's weird. My camera's not centered up. But yeah, rotation tucked up in there. Yeah, showing up pretty good on that spectrum width as well. And then our other rotation, looks like it may have broadened a bit. Yeah, that area has weakened actually significantly. That mesocyclone has basically collapsed. You can see just a couple scans ago, we had pretty strong rotation over Ridgeway. And as that worked to the east, within 2 scans, that has really broadened out. So some good news coming towards the Barnwald area, Mount Horeb. We'll see if this storm tries to rotate again, but if it does, it'd probably be more along the leading edge. Some of these areas, we have to watch these little wrinkles in the line segment. This is where winds can surge out, and on the northern side of that, winds can kind of return flow as a little inflow region, generally coming towards the Madison area. Very isolated storms in the Northeast today. We have a number of other severe storms now north of Nashville and into northern Tennessee. Also some storms back across the upstate areas of South Carolina, northern Georgia, some isolated storms. And now seeing more storms picking up there out towards Sturgis in western South Dakota. This is now a pretty organized little MCS, mesoscale convective system, and it has a little bit of a wake low on that, and it's working to the north and east at about 50 miles an hour. So tracking this out ahead, DeSmet about 13 minutes. Lake Preston, some of these areas are going to be out of the warning polygon, but I want to give them some extended warning to prepare. Basically prepare like a tornado. Safe place, lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows, in a safe, sturdy structure with a permanent foundation. If you're out on the lake, camping trailer, mobile home, outbuilding, something like that, you want to go to a permanent structure that has a permanent foundation. 90-mile-an-hour winds can easily flip mobile homes and camping trailers and things like that. Lake Preston would be about 25 minutes. Badger, 37. Same for Arlington. Lake Norden, about 38 minutes. Castlewood, 50 minutes or so. Dempster, right around 50, 55 minutes. And then Brookings. Yeah, Brookings kind of in that 50-minute kind of range. So Watertown, if it does get up towards you guys, it would also be in that 50 to 55-minute type of range. At the current pace, it's hard. It's too close for Watertown for right now for me to fully kind of clear you guys. The current pace, I think the higher end severe risk for this 90-mile-an-hour gust is going to be these areas here. Bryant, Dempster, Brookings, some of those areas south of Watertown, but it's going to be too close. It's too close to call right now because this could also continue to pivot. Whoops, pivoted the whole screen. This could continue to pivot more northerly or it can continue pushing out towards the east. So there's definitely a difference there that this could go. Radar indicated tornado warning continues there east of Huron. They've trimmed it down a little bit, but yeah, rotation in there. Still seeing that area of rotation. It's kind of tucked up in this little U shape in there. That's where we could also have some localized gusts, 70 to 90 miles an hour. This is all kind of S-curving out. That's where your heaviest winds are. Cavour, Iroquois, towards De Smet. It's going to be that bulge right in there. And that does have some small hail in it, so wind-driven hail, certainly a possibility there. Down here, we have a little bit better view of this storm. This is a little closer to the radial of that radar site. Seeing some gusts in here, potentially over 60 miles an hour in this blue area around Lecter and the upland Hutterite colony, Farwell, Plano, and Fulton. Yeah, that's a big, really organized circulation in here. That's going to drive this wind event forward. Cavour, Iroquois, Carthage, De Smet, and eventually towards Lake Preston. Some good news is in Wisconsin, we lost that destructive warning. We do have considerable threats for 70-mile-an-hour gusts. Tornadoes possible. Watching this little area out of Springfield, north of Madison. And then storms are really quickly approaching the Lake Wisconsin area. A little bit of rotation also in that area, just near Lake Wisconsin. And there comes the leading edge of those storms into the lake. Yeah, you can see the winds picking up. Well, I guess the ferry continues. It's going to be a rough ferry ride if you're getting on the ferry right about now. Pocket in here near Roxbury and Sauk City. 50 to 60 mile-an-hour gusts in this little pocket. Generally headed towards Springfield, Dane, Westport, and eventually over towards DeForest. This is also kind of congealed into a line segment. It's a little bit more organized now than it was. Previously, it was a couple different cells. Pretty much working due east. Madison, about 9 to 10 minutes. That leading edge is going to be into downtown Madison. Cottage Grove, 26. South Wayne, 8. DeForest, 14 minutes. And then further down the line, New Glarus, it would be about 10 minutes. Monticello, 14. Monroe, 25. It'll continue through the Madison area around Oregon, 14. Lake Ripley, about 36 minutes. Cambridge, 37. Lake Mills, 37. And areas like Fall River, 38 minutes. Reeseville, 52. There's the wind on that storm. That is a pretty nasty storm. You can see the visibility is decreased. You really can't even see the lake right now from this camera. That's going to be right here at this leading edge. And that's where there is a little bit of rotation also, just in here on the south side of the lake. That's why I don't think these trees are blowing towards the, why these trees are not really blowing that much. There is a little bit of a weakness right in here, just where our camera is located. So on the southern side of this, the wind is surging out towards Lodi. But yeah, rotation is actually right over our camera. So we may see here in the next little bit, as that circulation pushes to the east, we may see the change of wind direction on this camera perspective. Yeah, it should start to kind of switch around and blow towards the camera. Looks like we're starting to see that. There's more water piling up on the lens too. Still a couple areas of rotation. There's one near Dalyville that is in that tornado warned section. And then looks like rotation has backed off a little bit, but it's still weak in here near Warwick. Yeah, that has broadened out quite a bit in this Warwick area, or Waldrick, approaching Blanchardville and Hollandale. Other area has weakened quite a bit. There's another little area of rotation also near Cross Plains. This little hook is suspicious on reflectivity, but it doesn't show a lot of rotation right now on the velocity scans or on spectrum width. And then, yeah, here's this other area near Lake, Wisconsin. That also does show a little bit on the spectrum width. And yeah, now I can see there's definitely winds blowing towards this camera perspective. So we've seen this little broad circulation, not a tornado, just the broad wind pattern. And yeah, now those winds are definitely blowing towards the camera. So yeah, there is circulation in here just near Lake, Wisconsin. Not tornadic yet, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there. And then all the way down through Blanchardville. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts in here, and then the tornado possible tag. They've extended that through the Madison area, not as a considerable threat. Interesting, but as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So Madison, make sure you know where your safe place is. And we'll get really good data on the wind speeds in here as this closes in on the radar site in southern Wisconsin. Strong storms also back across central Iowa. Severe warning there. Up towards Marshalltown, Eldora, Iowa Falls, Fort Dodge. Back in another warning for hail and gusty winds. And then areas north of Des Moines. That kind of boundaries lifting north of Des Moines. Really quickly, check out here. We have hailstorms going up in the areas in the Black Hills, western South Dakota. A couple storms showing some pretty sizable hail. There's a considerable threat near Sturgis. That storm near Bison looks a little nasty. Any of these, I think, could produce some golf ball size hail in here towards Newell and east of Sturgis. And then we have our destructive severe thunderstorms, Huron to De Smet, Carthage to Artesian and Woonsocket. They've dropped the tornado warnings. You could get a quick spin in here, but yeah, the main risk right now is going to be the damaging winds that's circulating in this area around Yale, Cavour, Iroquois, and De Smet. And yeah, this, because it's not down the radial, we're not seeing the full strength of this area of wind in here near Yale. It's showing up over 70, over 80 miles an hour, but we've seen there's been a couple reported and confirmed instances of 90-mile-an-hour winds in a couple different locations, so it makes me think that that was not a tornadic 90 winds in Huron, even though that was under the tornado warning. We saw the other area around Alpena with 90-mile-an-hour gusts as well, and those may have been both airport weather stations, so pretty reliable. Swinging through there with 90-mile-an-hour gusts. This has shifted a little eastward, just in the last couple scans. Yale to De Smet. That is under the gun there. They've dropped it down to 80 mile an hour wind gusts based on the radar indications. So I guess they're going with the radar indications. I don't know.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, I guess they're going with the radar indications of 70s to 80s in there, but I don't know. Since we just recently had 90 mile an hour wind gusts, that I'd be a little cautious downgrading that right now. But they've also added a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this: Willow Lake, Haiti, Lake Norden, over towards Dempster and Castlewood. Severe thunderstorm warning there. That's for the Aberdeen office, southern Clark County. That'll likely get upgraded as the storm works into that area. And then heads up De Smet to Lake Preston. And they've continued that tornado warning for Hollandale, Blanchardville, Lamont, Argyle. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there. Yeah, there's your tornado potential right in there near Blanchardville. It's kind of on the leading edge of that. Postville, New Glarus are up next. We'll see if they continue that warning. A little bit of downburst in there near Cross Plains. Yeah. So this is a little different here. These are winds going away from the radar around Cross Plains. Then also in front of that, we can see winds going towards the radar. Our radar is over on the east of your screen, just outside of this screen view. So we're seeing the winds spread apart. That's likely from a downburst. As wind comes down through the thunderstorm, it then hits the ground and spreads out. And that's what the radar is seeing kind of right in this area. So potentially a localized pocket of also stronger winds around the Cross Plains area, Middleton, just west of Madison. And then stronger straight line winds also up in here, Westport, Springfield, Roxbury, and then in areas like Lake Wisconsin. Let's take a look here. Not seeing as much circulation in that part of the storm like it was just a few minutes ago. That area has filled in. Yeah, we saw a kind of weak rotation on this camera perspective just a couple minutes ago. Yeah, pretty much verified through our camera, through the wind direction and wind changes. Things have calmed down just a little bit. If you look really closely, this is the lake right here. Look really closely, you can see some white caps on the lake, like especially right back in here behind the trees. Of course, right now it's not going to do that, but yeah, there they are. See them? Right in there, just kind of washing up along the shoreline. Okay, I thought we'd see more, but I guess not. That was a little bit of a quick sweep in there. Considerable threat continues. 70 mile an hour gusts. Tornado possible tag. Mitchell, South Dakota. Over towards Plano, Roswell, and Villas. That is starting to look a little more impressive with a big batch of wind in here. A couple thousand feet up and seeing 83. So there's potentially some 70 plus mile an hour winds reaching the ground. This tornado possible tag also does have some broad rotation just north of that surge of wind. Yeah, that's lifting up towards the Roswell area and Howard. Those type of areas just south of Artesian. If that picks up, I would also get ready to take tornado safety precautions. This could go destructive threat to also a tornado warning if it tightens up, if the rotation tightens up, or if that wind profile continues to intensify. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets its own destructive tag. There is a little bit of a weakness in here in this line. This storm on its own is still trying to stay as discreet as it can, and it's actually working a little bit more east. The really destructive winds have pulled this whole complex a little bit further north, so we were kind of going over that earlier to see if it would go more east or go more northeast. Yeah, that main batch of destructive storms has pulled more northerly. More of an issue from De Smet up to Lake Norden, Castlewood, and Dempster. This continues to track a little more towards Madison, Howard, Canova, Franklin, and Coleman. So we'll keep an eye on both of those. Between those, there may be a little area of less intense storms. So this area is still being destructive warned, but that's from the 90 mile an hour back towards Alpena, but that area is actually lifted north. So you may get a little bit lucky there around Carthage and Esmond, as you're kind of split by the two stronger storm segments. This dangerous batch is lifting more north, so we do have to watch this around the Watertown area. It's going to get a little closer to Watertown, but it's on this leading edge right in here. And just behind that, wrapped up in this little MCV, a mesoscale convective vortex in here. Seeing 67 just about 10-20 minutes ago. Personal weather station. So within this batch, there's some 90 mile an hour gusts, but then there's an overall batch of 70, it looks like in here. Bancroft, De Smet, near the Yale area. Dangerous storm located there now into eastern South Dakota. And yes, just as I was saying that, they dropped the destructive warning for Carthage and backed it down to 70 mile an hour winds. They have done an observed tornado warning. Observed tornado warning for Clark and Hamlin counties, northeastern South Dakota. I guess they consider that northeastern South Dakota. It's near Collins Colony, or 11 miles west of Bryant, moving northeast at 30. Weather spotter confirmed tornado, and also Willow Lake Fire Department reported a tornado approximately 5 miles southwest of Willow Lake. So a couple different warnings in there, or a couple different explanations in there. Looks like it may have been in here near Bancroft. See this little weakness right in there near Bancroft. That's south and west of Willow Lake. Lifting off towards Willow Lake. Very small circulation. But yeah, that's lifting off towards Willow Lake. There may be a little signature in there too. It's hard to say. It's right on the leading edge. It's broadened out just in the last scan, but I think we probably don't realize how many little mesovortices and how many little small QLCS spins that clusters and complexes of storms like this get, especially storms that are a little bit further from the radar site. We just can't see the little mesovortices in there. There's probably one, or at least a couple potential mesovortices in these little notches near Ewan, Bryant, and then wrapping up towards Willow Lake. So it's an okay call to have a tornado warning, and then, you know, the wider destructive tag also covers some of that mesovortice situation. We'll see what they do here.
A new tornado
we should get an extension of those warnings here pretty soon. We're still working on two different National Weather Service offices. The Sioux Falls office has warned their section as radar indicated. The Aberdeen office has warned theirs as the observed with the confirmation information. But yeah, there's a broader spin also back in here towards Bancroft and south and west of Willow Lake. So that also has a tornado probability as well. Looks like that's what Sioux Falls is warning. And then Aberdeen's warning kind of this leading edge Little mesovortice QLCS spin. Yeah, there's potentially a couple of those. All lifting to the east-northeast. Castlewood, Haiti, Lake Norden, Dempster, S-Line, all those areas potentially under the gun for some considerable threat to destructive threat, plus the embedded tornado circulations. Iowa Falls, severe thunderstorm warning there continues. Big cluster of storms now in central Iowa, Grundy Center, Conrad, Marshalltown. May get a couple of their random warnings out of there. We had our 78-mile-an-hour winds at the Platteville, Wisconsin airport earlier. That led to a series of destructive warnings here in western Wisconsin. That has backed off just a little bit. Still seeing considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Tornado possible tag, but less of a tornado risk right now. Seeing this little outflow boundary surging out here of this previously tornado-warned storm. That basically shuts down the tornado chances. Now, further up, there is a little bit of spin where some of those outflow boundaries come together. That is an area of potential circulation, but and then this area is also surged out. You can see this outflow boundary through Marshall, through Juneau, up north of Madison. That's going to limit some of that tornado probable potential there as well. And I guess here comes the ferry back. So the conditions may have improved enough to get the ferry back. Although I'll be honest, I've been so busy on the radar, I have not looked at the cameras much. So I don't know if the ferry was operating in some of the worst of that. I may have to go check the stream afterwards and see if it did. Yeah, pockets in here, gustier winds towards Dane and Springfield, towards Madison, West Middleton, Finchburg, and then also showing up towards Blanchardville, approaching New Glarus. These are pockets of 60-mile-an-hour winds in there in the blue shades. Yeah, there comes the cars off the ferry, so I guess it's operational. I like that ferry view. We'll switch to this shot. This is on I-39, I-90, just south of US 12. This is just south of the Madison area, right in this area. It's looking to the north-northwest, so looking towards Madison and towards that line of storms. You can see how dark it is on the horizon. This is a extremely heavily traveled interstate corridor with multiple interstates along here, where 94 also connects in. So heavily traveled interstate corridor. It's about to get slammed with some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Still the tornado possible tag, but right now I think those storms are less tornadic with those gust fronts there. And boy, that is a dark sky. Some of those heaviest winds are pushing into Madison right now. 62 over the lake at Shorewood Hills. 66. Some of this also may be enhanced over the lake. Lakes have and water has less friction, so you get a little more wind energy. We'll see if that continues as it pushes through Madison. But yeah, if you're in the university area and downtown, Oakland Heights, Pilgrim Village, Radio Park, you're in line there for some 60 to 65 mile an hour winds through the capital area. And back also across the lake, Woods at Bishop's Bay, Ashton Corners. There's some pockets in there, 60 to 65. Maybe some gusts to 70. As this closes in on the radar site, we can get some really good wind data out of that complex of storms. They've extended out that warning. Union, Fulton, Footville, Albany in southern Wisconsin. This is going to likely make its way into some more populated areas as well, closer to the Milwaukee area. And then we got our tornado warned storm. I can see a little bit. It's hard to see because the Wisconsin cameras are good cameras. Most of them actually focus on the road, less of the sky, but you can see a little bit of a shelf feature also in there. with the darker skies, and then the lighter hail core back in there too. Right up top, right above the tree line, there's a little bit of a shelf cloud look. Continuing those observed tornado warnings for Willow Lake. And that tornado would lift off towards the north. It's probably north of Willow Lake. There is still the other broad circulation to the southwest. This is a little more of a really compact MCV. And around this circulation, we could get little spins in there that localize. There's a little localized area there, a little localized area west of Willow Lake. So we'll keep an eye on both of these. Observed tornado continues Willow Lake, Vienna, and Bryant. And then they back down a little bit. 70 mile an hour, possible, tornado possible, considerable threat. Badger, Lake Preston, Arlington, Bruce, Dempster, Castlewood. This is also a tornado possible, considerable threat. 70 plus mile an hour winds. This may go destructive as it gets closer to the radar site. Seeing some pockets in here above 80. 79, 87. This is a couple thousand feet up, but 87 might not reach the ground, but 75 to 80 could. And this also is starting to spin a little more. You can see this broad spin in this storm with another kind of localized area tucked up in there. So starting to see some mesoscale development in this, or mesocyclone development in this. Yeah, keep an eye on this area. This is going to start to spin. See it also in the spectrum width. Leading edge kind of wraps back in here. We're going to be rocking and rolling across the I-29 corridor in a little while. It does look like right now, most of this should go north of Sioux Falls. So if you're in extreme southeast South Dakota, you're in better shape. I mean, the good news is some of this should blow through before 7 o'clock. It's only about, it's 5:45 right now. Tornado possible, considerable threat winds continue. Lake Norden, Estline, Bruce, Badger. And I'm still too close to call. I can't really say if it's going to go south of Watertown or not, because part of this is lifting north. The whole thing is lifting more northeast. It's still a little too close to call if it's going to get into downtown Watertown, or if the worst of this stays south. It's a little hard to call, but yeah. Somewhere between Brookings and Watertown, this thing's going to probably cross the I-29 corridor. There's the gustier winds on the leading edge of this storm complex. Keep an eye on the tree line here on the southern side of this camera. Near the 511 logo, you can see the trees blowing around pretty good down here. East at 50, so it is moving pretty quick. I'm going to put Watertown in this track just to make sure we cover that area. Because it is kind of north-northeast. Lake Norden would be about 10 minutes. Haiti, South Dakota, 14. Estline, about 29 minutes. And then Clear Lake, 48. Watertown, if it lifts up that way, would be about the next half hour or so. Same for basically the I-29 corridor, but about 30 to 35 minutes. It should be crossing I-29. If it heads just a little bit further south towards Brookings, it would also be in that same kind of time frame, about a half hour if it's more towards the Brookings area. A couple other strong storms into central Iowa right now. Some of those are starting to weaken just a little bit. At least not seeing as much coverage, but a couple of storms, Fort Dodge, 1/4 Iowa Falls, 1/4 north of Des Moines. There's a little cluster in here. We'll see if that gets warned for damaging winds. Grundy Center down to Marshalltown. This may be also a corridor that gets some isolated flash flooding as these storms are continuing to train across the same area. Some good news is right now most of this cluster is north of the I-80 corridor. But yeah, training storms across northeast portions of Iowa could have some isolated flash flood risk. And then we've lost our tornado warnings in Wisconsin. They've trimmed it up a little bit. But still, tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. They're also, looks like they're backing off the considerable threat. So this storm generally weakening a little bit. I think we've seen some winds in here, potentially 60 plus. But that looks like it is a little weaker than a few minutes ago, too. You can see that burst may have been right along the lake. So as this storm pushes in to Madison, a little less winds. There's an area there around Primrose, 60, 65 mile-an-hour gusts. They've updated this a little bit to radar indicated. However, at the same time, they've also reported that the fire department at Willow Lake spotted 2 funnel clouds southwest of Willow Lake near the Collins Colony. Collins Colony right about now at 550, Willow Lake 555. So this is that whole broad area circulation that we were just kind of mentioning. So this is a new circulation, not quite the original observe tag that came across the Willow Lake area. It's going to be this whole thing kind of spinning in here, and there's a little bit of a merry-go-round of circulations potentially in there. Yeah, this whole thing has spin on it. It's a big, kind of compact MCV mesoscale convective vortex slash maybe like mesocyclone hybrid type of thing, because it's a little broader than most mesos, but it's a little smaller than most MCVs. It's kind of a little weird thing. But yeah, dangerous storm, potentially some embedded circulations in there, and then your damaging to destructive winds would be on the leading edge of that. Still seeing the considerable threat and small hail. Howard, Winfred, Canova, Orland, and Franklin, Madison. That is backed off just a touch. Yeah, a couple minutes ago, that was starting to spin pretty tight and also showing some 80-mile-an-hour winds in there. That has gusted out a little bit and not as tight of circulation coming towards the Howard area. They've also reoriented a new warning there just in case this heads a little further south. Franklin, Chester, Brant Lake, Montrose, Salem could scrape the north side of Sioux Falls. And they have added that tornado possible tag just in case. Yeah, this area has kind of separated a little bit from that main piece of energy. So this is more easterly. Del Rapids, Salem, Flandreau. Hopefully saying that correct. Some latest gusts to 69 just a few minutes ago, about 20 minutes ago, 69 at Personal Weather Station in Bancroft near Iroquois. 60-mile-an-hour gusts at Artesian a little while ago. So yeah, there's pockets in here of at least 60 to 70-mile-an-hour gusts. Haven't seen any new reports of 90, so that may have backed down just a little bit. Yeah, there's some tornado reports from earlier. Tornado on the ground south of Gan Valley. Tornado on the ground on X, Gan Valley. And then north and northeast of there, tornadoes sighted by numerous chasers east of or west of Westington. Flandreau? Okay. Yeah, I figured I was pronouncing it a little off, but Flandreau. Okay. I'll remember that for the future too. Watertown, they have put you guys in a new warning polygon, 60-mile-an-hour tornado possible. It should still be considerable threat, especially since we just got a 69-mile-an-hour wind report a little while ago. This whole thing is lifting off towards the northeast, so be prepared for at least gusts to 60, if not closer to 70. Clark, Codington, and Hamlin counties, northeastern South Dakota. Northeast at 40. That new timing and adjustment puts the leading edge of this into Watertown, still about 25 minutes or so, and then still crossing the I-29 corridor, roughly about a half hour. Some of the worst of this is going to go north of Brookings. Yeah, it's getting closer to the Watertown area, so if you are in there, make sure you're in a sturdy structure away from windows. And we'll see if we get any new wind reports. I'm surprised we don't have 70-mile-an-hour winds in there. There's the tornado report earlier at Willow Lake.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
All right, I was looking to see if we got those pictures. I don't see that specific picture that they referenced. I did post a couple pictures on X, or reposted. You can go to X there, socials, get the tag out for that. If you have any storm pictures yourself you want to send us, and we can put it up on the screen. I can also take those on X. Probably the easiest way. Make sure, though, you do it safely. Don't stand out in front of the 90-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm. Take the pictures of the tree damage afterwards, after things are all clear. But if you are a storm chaser and you want to send us stuff, you can tag us that way too. You can see the wind and rain slamming those cameras. It's calmed down just a little bit in that camera perspective, but pushing through Madison right now. Yeah, the heaviest winds are just east of Madison around Cottage Grove. They would have crossed this camera perspective just a few minutes ago on the leading edge. There's another pocket also north of Sun Prairie. That is an area that probably has a little more wind threat bulging out like that towards Waterloo, Columbus, Reeseville. Hey, Brian, how's it going today? Hope you're doing well. We have people watching from all over, so happy to have you guys on our stream tuning in. It's been a busy afternoon of severe weather. Still seeing also some severe weather across the Mid-South. North Georgia has a couple storms that are still pretty feisty, severe warning storms, also coming out of the upstate South Carolina. We also were tracking earlier storms around Nashville. Those have lifted to the north and northwest. Still in here around Clarksville, Guthrie, Hopkinsville, and back towards Waverly and Camden in northern Middle Tennessee. Storms have sat around this area for a little while, so flash flood warning around the Clarksville area northern Montgomery County in Middle Tennessee. Severe thunderstorm watch continues until about 8 o'clock in the central time zone, although they may start to trim some of this back. Looks like we haven't had as widespread of storms as we did yesterday in generally the same area across the south and mid-south. Talked about it very early on the stream, but there also are scattered storms and showers, kind of typical popcorn thunderstorms, especially across the Gulf Coast, even up a little further towards the I-40 corridor, eastern Oklahoma, across portions of Arkansas. But as we lose some of the solar energy here into the evening, should start to wind down, but a couple isolated gusts. And then also in West Texas, looks like another flash flood warning, another severe warning also out by Fort Stockton. And generally, storms moving very slowly out here in the southern parts of Texas generally also usually get converted to also flash flood warnings. A very arid environment out in the deserts of West Texas. Doesn't take a lot of rainfall. I also do have a new severe warning out in Kansas, Ulysses, Kansas. A new also severe thunderstorm watch out in Kansas. More storms going up on the high plains as the evening continues. And let's see here. This is going to be a watch for new storm development. Let's get an idea of what we have here. Severe thunderstorm watch until midnight in the central time zone. Portions of eastern Colorado, southern Nebraska, and western Kansas. And mainly for scattered damaging winds, isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles an hour possible, and scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, 2 inches plus. That's also possible. Storms are expected to increase in multiple corridors across the region. Talking about this area here into eastern Colorado, this watch right here. Large hail damaging winds, primary hazards. A couple linear clusters likely to develop and organize this evening. So we'll watch for those. Already seeing some storms go up in western Kansas. The other severe watch also that was issued a little while ago. It was issued while we were really busy with a couple tornado warnings and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, so I didn't get to it at the time. But this was a watch that's issued for western South Dakota, extreme northeastern portions of Wyoming, and also southeast Montana. That goes until 11 p.m. in the mountain time zone, so also midnight in the central time. That is for scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, 2.5 inches in diameter possible, and scattered damaging winds 70 miles an hour possible, as well as a tornado or two. A very similar scattered thunderstorms will develop and continue to develop across the region in the evening, with large hail and severe caliber winds as the primary hazard. And we've already seen a cluster of storms north and east of the Sturgis area with wind and hail. I haven't seen any super large hail reports out here yet. A couple storms have been, I think, warned for Lime and golf ball size hail, but we haven't seen like the 2.5 inches plus in this watch area yet. Hey Brian, how's it going? Again. Yeah, I thought you said hi already, but hello Brian. Cruz, welcome, welcome. Cruz, I didn't see what you said earlier. Did the bot block you? Because I saw messages were gone. So I hope the bot didn't block you again. All right. Still seeing the tornado warning continue there. Willow Lake, Vienna, Bryant. Again, areas that have kind of broad spin in there, although it doesn't look as spinny as it was earlier. Yeah, just a few minutes ago, that was a pretty tight little area spin. That has broadened out. It's a little less severe than it was earlier. So we had the question from TF141 about the storms weakening. They are on a little bit of a downtrend as they head towards the I-29 corridor. Still want to take them seriously, but I don't think they're in the 90 plus mile an hour kind of range for winds. Likely looking at pockets of probably a broad area of 60, pockets of maybe a little higher. Still back here towards Willow Lake. No worries, Cruz. All right, and then Howard, Canova, over towards Franklin. Still seeing the 70 mile an hour considerable threat there. Yeah, pocket in here near Howard, still potentially some 70, 75 plus mile an hour winds. Howard to Winfred, Madison, and eventually Flandreau. Got that right this time. How's it going, Logan? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, your comment went through that time. I don't know. I still don't know what the bot was saying yesterday for you. It kept blocking Logan's comments, and basically anything he said, it was flagging it as a link or something. I don't know. Logan, were you just commenting normally yesterday, or were you using some like sophisticated like encryption device or something? Because I don't know why the bot thought you were just spamming links. Yeah, I have no idea what it was doing. Here's another look. This is on I-94 looking to the northwest. This is at Wisconsin Highway 89. Let's see, 94 at 89. Right in here near Lake Mills. So Lake Mills, Wisconsin, looking to the west. This is looking towards the pocket of storms that probably has some of the more damaging winds in this line segment. These blue colors showing up 50 to 62, 65 potentially in here. Cottage Grove to Marshall to Waterloo. You can kind of see the front lip of that storm. Not really a full shelf cloud, but just some of the lowered clouds. Some of that actually might be on this leading edge. There is a gust front that extends out of this storm. So although they are warning tornado possible tag, I don't think there's imminently tornadoes in here. This gust front has surged out quite far ahead of the storm. Usually also as that gust front surges out this far, the storms really start to drop off. They are far back in the rain-cooled air behind the gust front, and some of this probably like 10 miles. Yeah. Once we get gust fronts that are extending out, 8, 10, 12 miles plus, you're getting, the storms are ingesting rain-cooled air, so they're not able to sustain the updrafts. As the updrafts collapse, you get less hail, less damaging winds, a low tornado risk, and things start to die out. So we'll hope that continues. That trend continues as these storms do close in on some of the highly populated areas between Madison and Milwaukee. Sometimes it's not always the case. Sometimes a storm that is behind the gust front can surge out, catch up to the gust front, and then be in that warm air again. Although these storms I don't think are going to do that. This gust front has extended out and is likely moving a little faster than the storm complex. Still some strong storms to severe storms. You want to be in a sturdy structure, away from windows, as those storms push from Madison towards the Milwaukee area. Oh, so maybe it was that? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know what it was doing yesterday. I do apologize for that. The bot does seem to be behaving, although I think it's blocked cruise a couple times today. Still seeing those storms surging out Hazel to Haiti, Lake Norden, Dempster, Castlewood, eventually up towards Watertown. 60-mile-an-hour gusts in here, potentially a little bit higher, and we do have to keep an eye on tornado possible tag, especially these little notch features. It does seem to be less tornadic than it was a little bit ago. Jeez. Yeah, sorry about that. It keeps adjusting. Cruz, I don't know if you were in here when I said it, but I think for some reason, I might have to switch to like one of the other chat bots, but I think for some reason, when I have to re-log in, it somehow doesn't save my settings or something. So even though I've kind of adjusted it on the fly, it doesn't save the settings. I have no idea. And then the problem is you can't really test those settings. You have to have a live chat going on. So, I don't know. I'll see what it does. It's one of my least concerns, but it is a concern. I don't want it to block our more active community members that are active in chat. Yeah. Maybe I'll try one of those. This is a nasty little supercell out here in South Dakota. Considerable threat. That storm has definitely increased in intensity in the last few minutes. Yeah, that is an interesting look to it. Not much rotation there, but that is a hail-producing supercell out along Highway 34 east of Sturgis. There's a couple other hail producers out here. Bison, South Dakota, north of Faith along Highway 73, and then all the way up to the South Dakota-North Dakota border along Highway 73. A couple different pockets of severe hail in there. And yeah, then a couple more storms also going up into, I guess that's southeast Montana, around Broadus, and then back towards Buffalo, South Dakota, and then Sundance, Wyoming. We've also lost those considerable threats across the Madison area. Still watching those storms as they work through. Here comes that gust front. It's out ahead of the storms, but you can see the wind has picked up. Still dry roads. That's always a little bit of a danger because it can catch travelers off guard. You may be looking at the storm further away and don't realize that in the clear air out ahead of that storm is some of those gustier winds. And they've extended that latest warning. They have backed it back up to a considerable threat. Clark, Codington, or Coddington. Let me know in the chat if I'm saying that one right. Dual and Hamlin counties, south or northeastern South Dakota. That stretches through Castlewood, Dempster, Clear Lake to Gary, and then down towards Toronto. That goes until the state line there with Minnesota. They also have expanded a new severe thunderstorm watch across southwest Minnesota. Northwest Iowa, southwest Minnesota, and southeast South Dakota covers a couple counties there. Scattered damaging winds likely, significant gusts up to 80 miles an hour possible, scattered large hail, isolated very large hail to 2 inches diameter possible, and a tornado or two, basically kind of extending the current watch in South Dakota. And yeah, that covers everything there until 2 a.m. in the central time zone. It's a weird little watch, actually. It's a weird shape. It covers these areas in southwest Minnesota, this northern corner of of Iowa, and then it covers these little counties right along the South Dakota border. So it's kind of this backwards L shape. Yeah, it's interesting. They could have maybe just added some of these counties to the existing watch, which they do from time to time. But yeah, 2 a.m. into these areas. We kind of have two different clusters of considerable threat storms The one that's near Clark and approaching Watertown and eventually Clear Lake, north of Brookings. And then this other area through Howard, Madison, Salem, it will go on the north side of Sioux Falls. Considerable threat, tornado possible. Don't see as much spin in that anymore. But yeah, there's your gustier winds in there. Winfred to Madison. Yeah, I might check that out. One of the days we don't stream, I'll check that out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Just as we left that area. Warning the tornado warning, but they are also adding that it's capable of both extensive straight line winds and tornadoes located near Orland or near Herman Lake or Lake Herman State Park, moving east at 40, southern Lake County. It looks like there's a little rain-free hook in here that looks like the area that they're warning. Because the rest of this is not really tornadic, so it must be this little hook in here near Orland that they're going to warn Wentworth, Madison, Brent, Lake, Chester, and Franklin in that warning. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. Yeah, interesting little circulation in there. That is an area that, kind of like we mentioned earlier, there's an outflow boundary that connects right in there. So yeah, it's going to be that little area that could have a tornado possible, where those outflow boundaries connect in, and then there is a little inflow notch right in there. It's going to lift north of the Sioux Falls area, but could head over towards Coleman and the Flandreau area. Storms are just about into Watertown. Yeah, they're knocking on the door south of town there along 81 and down towards Highway 22, Hazel to Castlewood. Not seeing as imminent of a tornado threat on there right now. We'll see if we have any new storm reports back in here. There was a storm report about 30 minutes ago. 80, what? Now there's two reports. They're stacked on top of each other. 72 and 82 miles an hour. That's interesting. That
a new tornado warning has been
issued. There could be still some pockets then of some destructive winds in there, because that wasn't that long ago. Yeah, that was not in one of those areas that were tornado warned. So there's still potentially some damaging winds in there. And they have now issued a tornado warning for this section of the storm between Haiti and Castlewood, central Hamlin County. Yeah, they're still warning that area back here to the east of Bryant. That's basically the leftover, that circulation from earlier. And it has picked up in intensity. Just on the last scan, actually, it has picked up in intensity between Bryant and Haiti, approaching Castlewood. Northeast at 35. Heads up if you're south of Watertown. Yeah, you're going to get that leading edge of the wind, but then there's wind also back in the storm. So this is not one of those storm complexes where the wind is right on the leading edge. There's pockets of gusty wind all the way back through Bryant, especially with this little MCV, this little vortice in here. There could be some bursts of wind all the way back. Yeah, even towards Willow Lake, Lake Norden, Haiti. And that's where our spin is, east of Bryant. So a couple tornado warnings now into eastern portions of South Dakota. The other area there down near Madison, Orland, and Franklin. Yeah, it's kind of right on the leading edge, just north of Orland. Really tricky to see, but there is a little rotation right in there with all those gust fronts come together. And yeah, seeing some 72, 82 mile an hour reports, 70 earlier in Bancroft County. So there's potential gusts in here above 60 miles an hour. It is being warned considerable threat. Still don't know why they haven't warned this considerable threat through Watertown. I would treat it like a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning, if I'm anywhere in that Watertown area. And yes, the other Watertown, Wisconsin, severe thunderstorm continues there. That's near this camera at Lake Mills. You can see the camera rocking back and forth on the leading edge of that storm. And there's gusts 50 to 60 in here. So severe threat continues really close to the radar site, getting a decent confirmation here that it's not as high end as it was. This was a storm complex that had destructive warnings earlier. Luckily, things have backed off as it's gotten into eastern portions of Wisconsin and then down through areas around Evansville, Albany, Monroe, and through the Madison area. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue there at 60 mile an hour gusts. Another little line cement coming through the eastern Iowa, now into extreme northwest Illinois and also southwest Wisconsin. That may have some gusts also in it. You can see kind of that bowing feature in there. Some other storms, Independence. It's a rainy night across portions of central Iowa. Some of this could also be flash flood issues as we go into the evening hours. Welcome, Colorado. How are you doing today? Checking, making sure everyone else is good. A couple isolated storms still ongoing there, south of Hoxie, and then also west of Ulysses in Kansas. We are starting to see some storms now in northeast Colorado. This is well east of the Denver area, but storms starting to go up there on the edge of our watch area. May get a convective system working out of this zone later tonight. Yeah, still seeing that rotation between Bryant and Haiti, continuing back towards Castlewood. It is. We're getting a pretty good growth last night. I'm happy our message too. I see people commenting, even new people commenting about our message, how it's a chill channel. They appreciate the relaxed and science-based communication. So I like that I'm seeing our message is being reinforced as well. It's not just growth for growth or things like that. It's purposeful growth. Thank you, Amy K.
This flash flood warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, I said a while back, Cruz, I was going to put our pup on when I hit 2K, and I put him on last night, and we got very close to 2K, so I guess that'll count. I might save his next appearance until we get to 3K. I posted earlier on social media, just kind of half-jokingly, that we're staying commercial-free and no hype, but I will shamelessly trade puppy airtime for new subscriptions. So, like and subscribe, and you might get the puppy more. But no, seriously though, I appreciate our new followers, our old followers. Some of them have been around since really early in the channel when things were pretty boring in chat and not many people were talking. And yeah, Cruz, you asked about it yesterday. That may be the real trick to channel success is more cute puppies. which does work in marketing too. I mean, think of all the commercials you see with them. But I don't know, Cruz, you're kind of in the middle. You're new-ish, but you're not new. They've just extended the same warning at Clear Lake, Gary, Toronto, Lake Norden, still seeing the considerable threat, 70 mile an hour winds, tornado possible That's a decent way of doing it. I like how they've surrounded the tornado warning with a tornado possible tag. Yeah, still seeing rotation kind of broadly in there, east of Bryant. But this whole thing has kind of broad spin with this MCV, so there's, even though it's kind of localized a little bit there, there's potentials you could get some spins anywhere kind of in this zone. There's just a little extra vorticity in the atmosphere right around this MCV. Colorado cloud. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I did see that recently. I took a look at some of our channel stats and I saw that surprisingly a lot of people are watching digital weather coverage on TVs. So that is a cool thing. Appreciate it there. When we switched to our new radar app, Aguacero Weather, I took a look at some of those channel stats to see how people were watching. So I tried to optimize our view there on the radar for mostly for mobile and television. Weirdly, a lot of people are not watching on tablets, but it's like TV and then mobile and then laptop and tablet, I think. So hopefully the words look pretty punchy and the size of the logos look okay. I can always make adjustments further, but I tested it on my TV and it looked okay. And then I tested it obviously on my phone and made sure it looked okay on there. Yeah, they're going to get, things are going to get crazy there. Not crazy, crazy, but things are going to go downhill pretty quickly across the Watertown, South Dakota area. Continuing to bounce back towards southern Wisconsin, just keeping an eye on those storms. They are continuing to downtrend as this outflow boundary for these storms continues to surge well out ahead of those storms now. Some locations, this outflow boundary is like 15 miles ahead of the storms. Yeah, it's about 11 miles ahead of that one. And yeah, like 16 miles ahead of the other storm complex. So yeah, it's going to continue to weaken. Those storms are now in the rain-cooled pool of air behind them, behind the outflow boundary. Yeah, still seeing rotation in there just north of Lake Marsh. I think that's what that says. Lake Marsh, the Haiti area. Still seeing some rotation in there. Maybe just a slightly bit more localized. They've also extended this warning out through the Wentworth area. Rotation in there between Madison and Franklin. There is some rotation in there, but it's very weak. I don't know if I don't think we have any spotter reports or anything from this area. Yeah, still radar indicated. Basically just in there, just south of Madison. So Madison over towards Wentworth. Lake County, I think that was. Yeah, Central Lake County. And then they have extended out that warning through Dell Rapids. This is Moody, Lake, Minnehaha, Minner, and McCook counties. Portions of those counties in eastern South Dakota, Flandreau, Egan, Coleman, and the I-29 corridor north of the Sioux Falls area. That is not a considerable threat, but a 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail, and a tornado possible. We also have a tornado possible tag now on the cell back towards Parkston. Yeah, there's some rotation in there between Parkston and Milltown, approaching Clayton and Bridgewater. Okay, nice. Yeah, and I can change those too. I actually, there's so many drawing tools and stuff, but I can change. Um, yeah, I can change the thickness of this. Try to keep it around there because once it gets higher than that, it gets a little too thick. That might be a good thickness right in the between. I'll keep that for a while. Yeah, I'll keep that. And I can bump up this. We can test it a little bit. City names. Let me look at city names. I'll nudge up the road signs just a touch. All right, we'll try that. I bumped the city names up just a little bit, and I bumped my cursor up just a little bit too. So that might help. That way, yeah, I'll play around with that, and we'll see how it works the rest of the evening. Can always reset it later. Yeah, Watertown, this is rolling through right now. It has weakened just a touch, but 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail, actually potentially in the Watertown area, potentially a little bit of hail in there. This is not a big hail threat, but you may get some pea to quarter size hail. And then further south near Castlewood, that's where we had that area of rotation. Continuing to see it in here near Haiti. Yeah, it's lifting off to the east, northeast. This is kind of working on the northern end of its warning polygon. So we'll see this make kind of cross around areas 81 north of Castlewood. But if you're anywhere in that warning polygon, you do want to treat that as a ongoing active tornado warning. They've extended that warning also north and east of Watertown, all the way up to Millbank. And then eventually this is going to work into western Minnesota, around the Marshall area, Montevideo, Madison, Appleton, Canby, those areas into west central Minnesota. Oh, geez. Yeah, there's a decent amount of lightning with these storms still. Southton, or said that wrong, but I'll spell it right here. Oh, right here. Okay. Yeah, that's right where those severe storms are working through. Lightning has come down in that storm complex. These storms actually themselves only about 34 lightning strikes, but earlier there was quite a bit more lightning in that storm complex. And yeah, lightning is a danger anytime, regardless of a severe thunderstorm. A little pocket of 72 gusts in there near Madison. A couple of years ago, I was very close to a lightning bolt. And it wasn't a severe thunderstorm. It was a pretty intense shower that had gone up, like you get pretty frequently across the south and southeast. And it was a little tiny shower, but producing a really heavy rainfall. Kind of looked like this type of thing. Very small, compact shower, but a decent heavy rainfall. And like this storm right here, no lightning is indicated on this. You can even see here up at the counter, no lightning. So it was the first lightning bolt of this little shower type of thing. And I was actually waiting on someone. So I was looking out the window and had like the door open for the porch and stuff, and started to kind of hear this little like buzzing, almost like if you have a broken electrical socket, just this really low buzz noise. And as soon as I heard that, I dove away from the window. At basically the same time, the entire window lit up super bright, and there wasn't even a gap between the thunder. That wasn't even like a rolling thunder. It was just like a giant crack. And yeah, so it must have hit really close. But yeah, if you're anywhere outside and you hear that buzz in your ear or even feel tingling, get down, because it's going to be not great if you don't. And yeah, that was nowhere close to a severe thunderstorm. Hopefully they can get it under control. The problem is barns, that's a lot of wood. So that's not a great situation. Hopefully we'll get a message from TF guy. He's in the Watertown area in a little bit. See how he did with this storm. I think we said about originally when this storm complex developed, I think we said 6, 7, 8 o'clock, somewhere in that time frame after dinner. So these are pretty true to how that model showed as those storms developed in central South Dakota. Getting our first warnings across portions of Minnesota here. Just checking our cameras, making sure everything's good there. Yeah, just extending those warnings out. Bellingham to Madison to Canby. And then they still have that tornado possible tag, but they may just let this storm ride out that tornado warning. I don't think it's imminently tornadic. Little broad spin still in there, but it's not really doing it. That whole storm, I really haven't seen a distinct tight circulation in that storm. Milltown to Clayton, Freeman, Bridgewater. This storm continues with some small hail and gusty winds. This may head towards the Sioux Falls area more direct, so we'll keep an eye on that in a few minutes. It's nothing like the storms we had earlier. Yeah, pretty soon, Watertown, you'll be on the backside of this. And still seeing that circulation down there near Castlewood, but that seems to be still kind of headed northeasterly. 81 north of Castlewood. That area is still an area you got to pay attention to that tornado warning. Yeah, decent amount of lightning in this Watertown area. A couple hundred strikes, it looks like, in this part of the storm complex. Latest wind gust was a couple minutes ago, about 15 minutes ago. 60-mile-an-hour gust around the Bryant area. Don't see Watertown checking in yet, but I'm sure those areas do have weather stations. We'll be able to check in and see how these storms are working through. Back west of Bryant, though, we still had 72 and 82-mile-an-hour gusts. The Smet earlier, 66, 69 in Bancroft, with a weather station there, personal weather station. So there's been a swath here of 60 to 70 to isolated pockets over 70. Yeah, they have upped this to a 70-mile-an-hour considerable threat. Let's see, is it radar indicated or have we had the wind gusts? Train spotters reported 69-mile-an-hour winds 1 mile to the east-southeast of Watertown. So as I suspected, this is still a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. So that's in there, kind of near the I-29 corridor. We're not in great radar coverage, so it's not really, yeah, we really can't see that pocket of wind very well. But yeah, there are some isolated to scattered portions in this storm complex that has 60 to 70 plus mile an hour gusts. And then storms are weakening fairly quickly as they push towards the Milwaukee area. The strongest storms right now look to be north and west of Milwaukee, Watertown to Juneau in Wisconsin. Those will head towards Menominee Falls, Port Washington, maybe the north sides of downtown. West of Milwaukee, these storms continue to weaken north of Janesville. That area that had the barn fire that Jim mentioned in chat still has a pocket of lightning around this area. Still seeing about 30 lightning strikes, even though the storm has come down in intensity. So yeah, that's not a great situation there. And you may get a few more storms through the evening across those areas. Zooming out, I do want to take a look and see what our new model data looks like. Just kind of broadly zooming out here. Okay, model data doing an okay job. It shows kind of this disorganized cluster storms, western South Dakota. Right now, it shows kind of those isolated storms across our other watch area. Eventually, those dying clusters across the mid-south. And then it shows this storm complex plus the right now disorganized cluster across most of Iowa. And then it shows our more organized MCV working into areas there in eastern South Dakota. So first thing I look at in model data is like, did it get it correct? And it starts out correct or close enough. Doesn't have to be perfect, but if it starts out with junk data, then you're not going to get a really great result. Yeah, generally it weakens those storms through Wisconsin. They may push across the lakeshore, strong storms potentially there into the western shore of Michigan. It also generally weakens those storms across western Minnesota. And then we just have kind of disorganized clusters and line segments and kind of a mix of discrete cells with hail and line segments with wind into the later evening across the high plains. Same down in Kansas and Colorado. And we may look like midnight on, there may be another set of storms that try and go up in central Nebraska and bring a wind threat across eastern Nebraska, potentially back towards Sioux Falls and Sioux City overnight. While we watch for potentially some flooding, still I think is ongoing a threat across the Mississippi Valley, northern Illinois, maybe getting in on some storms. And yeah, that storm complex may continue as a wind threat across Sioux City into western Iowa and even into central Iowa by morning. Iowa looks busy the next little while. And then we kind of reset for later tomorrow. I have to go back a little bit in the models to get a little bit better view of tomorrow. But yeah, model generally brings another complex of storms out of Nebraska, eastern South Dakota, across into northern and northwestern portions of Iowa overnight. That weakens over the morning hours tomorrow, and then we kind of reset, do it all again. More storms firing along the Front Range and the high plains. We see new convection kind of on the remnants of those overnight storms going up through northern Indiana, Ohio, potentially. The Ohio Valley gets some more storms. Just one of those, kind of like today, a day where there's not like one system. There's just going to be complexes of severe storms. But as we saw today, some of those complexes can go, especially with the amount of instability, the amount of storm fuel cape that's around with the heat dome. Some of these storms can go pretty crazy, and these convective systems can get very intense for at least portions of their journey. This I'll get a actual video probably out tomorrow for this, but this is a early look at afternoon on July 4th. May have a cluster of storms through Missouri, potentially another cluster in Iowa, maybe into Ohio, and then kind of isolated scattered storms. But that's a very early look. This cluster is starting to weaken. It still does have severe wind potential and potential for some line-embedded tornadoes, although this area has backed off quite significantly in the last little while. Yeah, there's this area of rotation earlier, tracking that to the north and east. It's very broad, and yeah, not really in there much anymore. Maybe just a touch in there, but I don't think that's imminently tornadic. In fact, it's left the rotation behind. So this tornado warning is likely going to get canceled or should get canceled. That leading edge is pushing out north of Watertown, Clear Lake, Brant, Toronto, South Dakota. You guys are now in it. Yeah, still going strong, Stones. Still a decent amount of severe storms out here, too. Madison to Flandreau, Dell Rapids. Watching that storm. That was a tornado warned storm earlier. That's more gusted out now. You can see that big bulging shape. Basically center line for Flandreau. And then back down here, Freeman and Emery. Severe storms continue there towards the Sioux Falls area. Not as concerned about that storm right now. Losing our storms across the Madison area into Milwaukee. Still seeing those strongest batch, Juneau, West Bend, Campbellsport. How's the ferry looking? Better. Still kind of rainy on the lake. I wouldn't be on the lake right now, but better than it did earlier. We saw kind of a broad circulation go across this camera at the lake earlier with the wind direction changes, but not a tornado, just confirmed that there was a circulation in that wind pattern. Let's see, Addison to Hartford. This is on US or I-41 near the Hartford area. We're seeing those gusty winds pick up. This is a bit of a mess. There's a construction zone. But helpful to us, there's flags on that crane. So that helps to see kind of the wind profile. That's looking towards those severe wind storms. Neosho, Hartford, Iron Ridge, Juneau. Those are pushing to the east, northeast. Still at 45 miles an hour. So yeah, if you're north of Milwaukee, up towards Port Washington, Cedar Grove, Gibbsville, those areas, a little more concentrated severe risk. And yeah, I think we're losing a little bit of that punch to these storms. Still kind of wrapped up in here near Watertown. So it's an extended time in that wind and rain. I don't think there's much hail in here anymore, but if there is, it's pea to quarter size hail. New little spin has picked up a little bit in that storm near Rutland. We'll keep an eye on it. Has kind of a general circulation on it, but yeah, not imminently tornadic, but we'll keep an eye on that as it heads towards the Ward area, south of Brookings. Yeah, if you're south of Brookings, Dell Rapids and points north, that's where the concentrated area wind is going to cross the I-29 corridor. Oh yeah, let's go back out to western South Dakota. I want to take a look at some of those storms again. Mostly hail threat. A couple of storms, larger hail to ping pong to golf ball size hail. This was a little nasty supercell a little bit ago. Looks like it's gusted out a little bit, but yeah, that looked impressive for a minute. This may have some larger hail in it, just looking at this storm. In here along Nebraska Highway 34. That also shows on the ZDR in here, this hail core, and also on correlation coefficient. So likely more than, yeah, they just upped it to considerable threat, 2-inch hail. Look at the timing on that. Yeah, that's great timing. Just upped it to 2-inch hail there, considerable threat out in Meade County, central Meade County, moving only at 15 miles an hour, so you're going to be in that hail core for quite a while. Haydraw and south of Union Center. Keep an eye on that storm. That's in western South Dakota. One of the nastier storms out in this section of severe watch. They haven't dropped this tornado warning. It expires in 9 minutes. They might just kind of let this storm work its way out of the warning polygon. Most of the heaviest part of this is going to be up north sides of Watertown, and then also east, Troy, Clear Lake, Brant, and then back up towards Florence. Yeah, there's that little spin earlier. You can see it on this radar site too. Back in here, that has continued to gust out and weaken. Actually, in general, this storm seems to be weakening over the Watertown area. As a remnant of that, circulation is actually pushing towards the radar site, so you may get another burst of wind across the Watertown area. But yeah, that is not a tornado risk anywhere in this warning polygon. Castlewood, Haiti, south of Watertown. Yeah, you're okay for now. I know you're probably trying to get out of work, but give it a few more minutes. I would let it clear just a little bit longer. Once you kind of get out of the warning polygons, it's a little bit better. You still get some heavy rain, lightning, and even some gustier winds, but yeah, still nasty. I know people want to get out of work, but I would just hang out there for a little bit longer. New considerable threat for some large hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Johnson, Kansas, north of Richfield along Highway 27, just west of Ulysses. This is a complex that's been here for a while too, so flash flooding could be an issue out here in extreme southwestern portions of Kansas. It's drifting to the east, but also upscaling thunderstorms, a whole complex of them now from Johnson up to Garden City. Probably get a couple severe warnings out of those. And then we're still seeing some storms in the mid-south, northern Alabama, north of Decatur and Huntsville. And then this batch has pushed well west of Nashville around Paris, Tennessee. This is actually a considerable threat storm, 70-mile-an-hour winds near Paris. Yeah, kind of a batch that keeps progressing along the leading edge there of that outflow. Heaviest wind is pushing into Hartford now. We should start to see that on this camera perspective too. You can see the darker clouds out on the very edge of that horizon line. That's the leading edge of that storm. And yeah, there's kind of 3 areas of severe weather in eastern South Dakota. the storm around the Watertown area that we were covering, this was a destructive storm previously. The other storms south of Brookings through Madison, down to areas around Dell Rapids. And then this storm back west of Olivet and Parker, generally headed towards the Sioux Falls area. They did warn also part of that line across the Milwaukee Metro, Waukesha, Brookfield, Menominee Falls, and back towards Summit. Although it doesn't look like much on the reflectivity, there are some gustier winds in here. You can see the outflow boundary surging out. Yeah, there's some pockets of gustier wind in there, so you're not going to get a big thunderstorm, but you will get the gusty winds. And just kind of general thunderstorms, we lost the severe warnings across Iowa right now. Severe thunderstorm watch continues until 9 o'clock. Yeah, Watertown, you're starting to get on the backside. There still is a big ball of wind in here, but the severe winds have likely pushed off to your north and east. Up next there for South Shore, Millbank, Marietta, Gary, right on the Minnesota-South Dakota state line, and then up towards Ortonville. Do we have any Minnesota cameras up there? Let me see. I've had some Minnesota cameras loaded up, but they were mostly on the Iowa border. Not a live shot, but this is a look out of those storms from the Marietta area. 44, about 11 minutes ago. So, yeah, you can kind of see the leading edge of that, a little bit of a shelf cloud look. That's at Marietta looking to the west, so that's the leading edge of this. The gustier winds are just under that shelf cloud and closing in on the Minnesota border there with South Dakota. All right, we've lost that tornado warning. That is a good sign. So Watertown, and especially east of Watertown, Waverly, Goodwin, Clear Lake, severe thunderstorm capable of producing 70-mile-an-hour winds, not as imminently tornadic. In Watertown itself, we've had a 60-mile-an-hour wind out at the airport, and then 70-mile-an-hour winds also east of town. There's also there's two wind gusts stacked on top of each other. There's a 56 and also a 70. So yes, Watertown, you did get the considerable threat winds. Should be starting to taper off now. So this area still does have 70-mile-an-hour winds. They've continued to warn that considerable threat. Marietta, Madison, Providence, and Canby. And then areas like, there's the update on that camera. That just updated again. So getting closer to the Marietta area. Also some more storms up towards the northeast portion of, this is Montana now. New storm, Plentywood, Medicine Lake, Culbertson, and Bainville. A couple pockets in here of quarter-size hail north of Brockton. That was an area we were hanging out in on the stream the other day. A lot of storms up there the other day. There's also looked like a batch of storms in southern Saskatchewan. Should stay north of the border. And then here comes the heavy rain into our Wisconsin cam. There it is. Pushing into the areas, especially north and west sides of Milwaukee. Hartford, Jackson, Richfield, down to Merton and Waukesha.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, what I was mentioning earlier, they have issued now a flash flood warning across central Iowa. Observed flash flooding. Emergency management reports that 2 to 4 inches of rain plus an additional couple inches possible. Grundy, Marshall, Tama, and Black Hawk County in central Iowa. That includes Conrad, Grundy Center, and Waterloo. Things should taper off there for a little bit, but then as we saw in the model data, more storms are expected back into the areas there in northern Iowa overnight. So definitely, if you have low-lying areas or you need to get out of a flood-prone area, I would recommend doing that while it's still daytime, especially if you are expecting more storms overnight. That could make those flooding situations worse. A ball of wind in here near Wolf Creek. And then a larger pocket of wind also approaching Bridgewater. That storm getting closer to the Sioux Falls area. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I've been in those situations too, TF guy, where everybody knows you as the weather guy. Asks for like personal forecasts while you're at work and stuff like that. This storm system does continue to downtrend across the South Shore area, Millbank, Clear Lake over towards Marietta. Still a rough ride on 29 right now from Watertown down to Brookings, down to Coleman, and then kind of getting out of it around Dell Rapids. Mayville over to West Bend, watching those storms. Take a look at this real quick. A little bit of a weird shape in there, but not rotating. It just kind of looks like a weird hook. And look at that outflow boundary surging out all the way down through areas like Rockford is going to get a little bit of a cool breeze, a little bit of rain cooled outflow across northern Illinois even. All right, since we don't have any tornado warnings, I am going to stretch my legs, get my dinner break, and we'll continue covering severe weather. Yeah, I feel okay leaving for about 3 to 5 minutes just to get grab dinner here. Without the tornado warnings, without the destructive warnings, yeah, we'll keep going here. I'll be just off camera. All right, still rocking and rolling. I don't think much has changed just in the last couple minutes. Looks like that camera went down. Yeah. All right, let's check those storms out then. Those might be a little feistier than I expected there. Yeah, they have continued the warning polygons. Still pretty strong storms rolling through the Richland or Richfield, Jackson, Grafton areas. Port Washington, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Thank you, thank you. Pasta. It was a pasta, meatballs. I forget what the little pasta things are. The little cheese-filled pocket pasta. Not ravioli. Is it cicchetti? Maybe something like that. A little purse. It means purse in Italian. Yes, it's pronounced cicchetti. A little purse-shaped pasta things with cheese in them. All right. I had to go look at that just to double check. Port Washington, where are you? Up here. Oh wow. There's Port Washington. That's rocking and rolling literally pretty good. Someone has pulled off the highway in the fast lane. That's not safe. Those are pretty strong winds. Yeah, right in here, south of Port Washington, there's some winds that towards Grafton that may be a little higher than 60. I think we're just about to lose that camera too. And these Wisconsin cameras have generally been pretty sturdy for us. So yeah, this is a strong to severe thunderstorm still, lifting up towards Cedar Grove, Gibbsville, Sheboygan, Batavia, north of the Milwaukee downtown area, Whitefish Bay north. Still a pretty nasty line of storms there. And you can see that's causing all kinds of travel problems on the 43 corridor. We have another big surge of wind pushing out across Flandreau to Elkton and then into Minnesota, Tyler, Holland, and Pipestone. 60-mile-an-hour winds there. Maybe more. It's hard to say there. That's that area that's had some rotation at times, so we will keep an eye on that one. Yeah, there's kind of broad rotation in there, crossing South Dakota Highway 13, just to the west of Ward. Yeah, that area started to lift more towards the northeast, so that has made a little bit of a turn. It's still staying south of Brookings, but heads up there towards Russell in western portions of Minnesota, also towards Marshall, Minnesota. And then out towards west of Sioux Falls, Monroe, Parker, Marion, seeing this burst of wind head towards the Sioux Falls area. It has weakened some. And yeah, that's pushing an outflow boundary. You can see that outflow boundary actually crossing through Sioux Falls right now. So as we saw in the Wisconsin storms, that does start to weaken these storms and really kind of zaps the energy that those updrafts are intaking. So a little better situation there headed towards the Sioux Falls area. Yeah, this is in the Grafton area looking to the southwest. That's pretty nasty winds, eastern Wisconsin. Watertown, you guys are officially out of the warning polygon. There's still rain, still some lightning around, still possibly some gusty winds, but the severe threat has pushed to your east, and that storm has continued to weaken as it crosses into Minnesota, Madison, Bellingham, Canby, and areas around Marietta, Dawson. This camera that takes pictures every so often definitely has gone downhill there. You can see the heavy rain and wind pushing into the Marietta area. Considerable threat and a tornado possible still listed on this storm. Less of a tornado risk right now. I think that one is starting to wind down. This one actually might wind up a little bit. Continue to watch this area of rotation. Broad rotation crossing Highway 13 north of Flandreau, west of Ward, and then also starting to see this kind of bulge out. It looks kind of similar to the other storm. Not probably 90-mile-an-hour winds, but this could have some 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds as it crosses into western Minnesota. And then some big storms have kind of congealed out here into western portions of South Dakota. Yeah, some storms have come up from the south, and some of those storms were just sitting there. Bit of a flash flood issue, too. Yeah, some supercells just kind of sitting over that same area. That complex has finally started to move around Faith, South Dakota, Dupree, Eagle Butte. Pretty nasty storm pushing your way with large hail and strong winds. This could be the next complex of multi-cells that develops into more of a line segment and a Boeing cluster. So keep an eye on this later into the evening. It may work through central portions of South Dakota, maybe down towards the Pier area. Some very heavy wind. Still seeing that on our cameras. It's like that truck is pulling over on the side of the highway. Probably a good idea because the winds are perpendicular to the highway, so he's getting slammed from the west, and it can help to stop. So that's a good idea. He's not adding his forward speed to the speed of the winds. And yeah, you can see rain curtains kind of blowing across the highway every now and then. But just as we switched to this camera, there was, I think, some gustier winds in there. That might have been one of those isolated bursts to 60 or 65. Yeah, there's a nasty little segment right in here near Mequon and Cedarburg, just south of Grafton, where this camera is. And then most of the strongest part of this storm has pushed off of shore of Port Washington, but then also surging north towards Random Lake. Little pockets of gusts to 50 or 60, Cedar Grove, up through Gibbsville, and then eventually towards Sheboygan. A couple areas here have reported also 1-inch hail just a little bit ago there. That hail core has also looks like moved offshore of Port Washington, so not much of a hail threat, mostly just gusty winds. Menominee Falls earlier gusted to 64. That was also at the top of the hour. Watertown, Wisconsin gusted to 55. 55 at Sun Prairie. So yes, there are some strong gusts in here. Wouldn't be surprised if there's isolated gusts above the 60 in that 65 kind of range, like we saw reported there at Menominee Falls. ST Nguyen, how's it going tonight? Yeah, we looked at that earlier. I was surprised it was still listed as a tropical storm. Let's go back and take a look at that again. I want to see how it's changed just in the last little while. We'll go for got to scroll way out to get that one. We'll go east this time. Nasty. Where'd it go? You saw that, right? I just had it up, right? Let's reload that data. Okay, now it's loading up. Yeah, this has changed a little bit since we last saw it. Still developing, but you can see the higher cloud tops bursting out here, these dark purple shades around kind of the central core. Doesn't really have an eye yet, but it's trying to get organized as it continues to organize. It looked like an incredibly organized tropical storm a little bit ago. So yeah, you can really see these bands fanning out here. It has a ton of high cirrus bands that are already fanning out around the storm, even all the way down there. That is an impressive look for a tropical storm. So yeah, if it's now a typhoon, that makes sense. Typhoon Bavi or Bavi, I think it was. This is going to be a big problem if you're in the Western Pacific. This is also generally on track towards the Mariana Islands, and also Guam, a U.S. territory, is out here as well. And yeah, model data has it reaching a Category 5 super typhoon before it gets to the Mariana Islands. So it would reach the Mariana Islands by Sunday. Sunday. So it may be a super typhoon before it gets to Guam, before it gets to the Mariana Islands. It's going to be a nasty one. If you have interests in the Western Pacific, this is a dangerous storm. Luckily, these islands are not strangers to typhoons, but this is a pretty strong one. Some of the super typhoons tend to be developing in the Philippine Sea, so typhoons go through the Mariana Islands, but sometimes they strengthen after that. This is going to be a high-end super typhoon by the time it gets to the Mariana Islands and Guam. Yeah, pretty high probabilities. These are the probabilities of winds, and these are obviously the probabilities over 64 knots. So the hurricane force probabilities in the 90 percentile range, obviously where it is, and then 80 to 90. So already the Mariana Islands, 60 to 70% probability. That's a pretty cohesive track. It looks like the models must be pretty aligned that this typhoon is going to cross the Mariana Islands, maybe just north of Guam. That puts the right front, especially across these areas. Guam would be on the other side, so the slightly weaker side of the typhoon. But either way, not a lot of wiggle room. If you're in Guam, you really need to pay attention to this storm, and especially the other islands out here. That is a dangerous situation. Yeah, Cat 5 super typhoon before it gets to the Mariana Islands. And then I think model data I've seen does take it, continues as a strong storm. May have to watch eventually where it goes eventually to some of the islands in the Pacific, south of Japan. I think some of these are Japanese territory, if I remember right. But yeah, there's going to be multiple levels of problems here with some of these island nations, and especially the ones out here in the Central Pacific right now. By Sunday, that is, affecting the islands out there. We've seen some increase in the storm activity across our High Plains watch area. They have added a couple warnings across the Garden City area. Still seeing that considerable threat west of Ulysses, and that whole storm complex has not moved that much. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some flash flood warnings out there. Some other storms have gone up, gone severe, and actually died back off. South of Hill City. Other storms severe now in Colorado. Considerable threat around Akron, Colorado for 2-inch hail. And then seeing another warning there around Stockville. Some storms just starting to fire out in the High Plains. We have our other cluster. I think this is going to be the next cluster that develops out towards Dupree. That storm is starting to move towards the east-southeast, heads up, especially north of Pierre, maybe towards Gettysburg, and then especially west towards Dupree. Some other clusters of storms up towards Plentywood, and then a big complex of storms in southern Saskatchewan all the way up towards Regina. That'll eventually head towards Weyburn. Some good news here. They've dropped that warning from considerable threat down to a standard severe thunderstorm warning. Providence, Granite Falls. And this is still considerable, or not considerable threat, but wouldn't be surprised if that goes considerable threat. Tyler, Holland, and Elkton. And then areas there around Parker, Freeman. This is coming into the west side of the Sioux Falls Metro. Let's get a closer look at this, just kind of make sure everything's behaving itself. Yeah, it's mostly gusty winds in here. There's little pockets of gusty winds crossing the 81 corridor. Still east at 35, so that's going to put it into Sioux Falls a little over an hour, I think. Track this out. Track out kind of the leading edge of this storm. Yeah, Sioux Falls, roughly about 46 minutes, maybe a touch back. I got to probably actually adjust just a little bit. Yeah, 46 to 50 minutes or so towards the Sioux Falls area. And then still seeing this pocket of strong storms, West Bend, Fredonia, Port Washington to Grafton. Most of that has started to push offshore. They re-added the tornado possible tag on this storm, which is interesting. Much in there. There is a little bit of rotation back further in the storm near Wolf Creek. But yeah, that storm, they continue to, getting an update there. Continue to watch that storm as it pushes across the Parker area.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, there is a little, this is that area that came out of the Wolf Creek area a few minutes ago. There is a little spin in here now. This is a little bit more interesting. Just on the last couple scans near Pumpkin Center. That is interesting. There's your spin. Just west of Pumpkin Center, approaching areas west of the Sioux Falls area. getting some cameras set up in the Sioux Falls area. Definitely didn't get those loaded up earlier. With so many other states, it's hard to kind of pick which cameras need loaded up. Let's see. There we go. 7. Get this loaded up in a minute. Looking west from Sioux Falls as this interesting area kind of works in. From the west. Right now the roads are dry across Sioux Falls. Most of the storms have gone to your north. "17 severe thunderstorm warnings, 0 tornado warnings at the moment, so that's actually downtrended from earlier. We've seen a decent amount on our stream. We've seen tornado warnings for QLCS spins. We've seen destructive severe thunderstorm warnings with 90-mile-an-hour winds, reported 90-mile-an-hour winds. We've seen destructive thunderstorms with 80-mile-an-hour winds. We've seen a couple supercellular tornadoes. It's been actually a busy stream. How long have we actually been streaming for? Roughly about five hours or so. So yeah, we've packed a lot into this stream, and about to pack in some more here. This is a developing circulation to the west of the Sioux Falls area. It was tighter just a minute or two ago, but this is also going to bring an enhanced wind threat into downtown Sioux Falls, especially west of town, towards the I-29 and 229 interchange, out towards Pumpkin Center, Country Estates, Country Acres, El Rancho Acres, T or Tay. TF guy might be able to T or Tay, TEA, South Dakota. It has broadened just a little bit, but you can really see we're close to the radar site. You can see this spiral in here, how it spirals into itself. Let me get rid of the blue. These are all winds kind of spiraling in here, and then there's winds wrapping away from the radar. It's an interesting circulation, but broadly in here, just crossed Highway 19, just south of Highway 42. It was tighter a few minutes ago. Yeah, back here near Monroe. That's a nasty storm. Circulation on track, maybe towards the south side of Sioux Falls, but either way, I wouldn't risk it. Be ready to take tornado safety precautions in the Sioux Falls area, just in case that gets feisty. Interestingly, it's behind this outflow boundary. I think that's helping us right now. It's not, if it was closer to that outflow boundary or just ahead of it, I think we would have a big problem right now, but hopefully this will continue the trend that, yeah, high probability behind the outflow boundary, it doesn't go tornadic, but it's a tight enough circulation that I'm intrigued by it. And still seeing those storms pushing into western Minnesota towards the Granite Falls area. Let's see, taking a look quickly back across Wisconsin. Those look a little better. This is around the Port Washington area. And yes, we've lost our severe warnings in Wisconsin. Those storms have pushed all offshore, but those were pretty crazy for a little while, with some potentially some gusty winds, a couple of hail reports in here, some larger hail, inch or so hail west of Cedarburg. And yeah, those are quickly working offshore, so more of a problem for the lake. These may also get over to areas around Ludington, Rothby, Whitehall, Muskegon, Michigan. So those may still be pretty nasty storms in a little while. We've had new storms with the heat and instability have gone up right along the outflow boundary that pushed through Rockford. Kenosha may get a couple of storms. And then a couple storms also over the Chicago metro. Watching this complex of storms back into eastern Illinois, or eastern Iowa, Dyersville, Hopkinton, Monticello. Some pockets of gusty winds in there. They're generally kind of in a rain-cooled area too, so that's kind of holding that complex back. And yeah, still some isolated to scattered storms in southwest portions of Nebraska, eastern Colorado, and western Kansas. Our storm complexes out in the Tennessee Valley are starting to weaken. A couple severe pockets there in western Tennessee, western Kentucky, and they've canceled most of the watch around the Nashville area. The rest of this watch drops in 20 minutes. So that is a little better situation there. Hey, Logan, welcome back. Hope you're doing well there. All right, let's go back to the Sioux Falls look. This is an interesting camera. It's a little bit low, but you can see the darker skies in the top left of the screen. That's pushing towards that camera position, so that'll give us a decent look at the conditions. And they have extended that tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning across the Sioux Falls metro. There's one storm that's going to push through first. It's kind of over the radar site right now, but it's this storm complex that has the little more pronounced spin. And yeah, I think if this wasn't behind that outflow boundary, we probably would have had tornado genesis. It's slightly in the rain-cooled air. Oh no, it got Logan again. What is it doing?
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I don't know why it thinks Logan has links. I'm sorry about that, Logan. Try and fix it off camera, but let's see. Report of golf ball size hail, and this is in Stratton. This is southern portions of Nebraska, west of Trenton, south of Palisade. Considerable threat now for lime-sized hail. Yeah, with the public report, lime-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That storm has gone considerable threat. Sorry, that actually has gone now up again. It's gone to destructive threat. Destructive chaser submitted photo of 3-inch hail 8 miles west of Stratton. Hail fell approximately at 7:35. That's near Palisade. So destructive severe thunderstorm, wind-driven 3-inch diameter hail that can do some serious damage. Just imagine baseball pitchers just throwing baseball plus size hail at your house, and that's the kind of damage that can do. Yeah, that's going to be some really large hail west of Stratton. So that hail core that was reported there is up in this area, crossed 34 a little bit ago, and then it's going to continue up. So that hail, if there is baseball size hail plus baseball to teacup size hail, I guess it would be. That's going to be up in this area north of Stratton, approaching areas around Palisade, and it may get up towards Hamlet, Nebraska. So continue. You want to basically be tornado safety precautions, lowest level into your room, away from windows. Make sure there's no glass around you, windows, skylights, that sort of thing. That is destructive hail. If you have pets outside, you want to bring them in. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. There's no link in what you were saying, so I don't know why it doesn't like you very much. I'll keep making tweaks to it. That was close to producing, I think, back here towards Monroe, and then it's broadened out since. Not really seeing it as much on the spectrum with or on the velocity scan. Still is a little notch in there, but doesn't look as imminently tornadic. Back in there, it just kind of dissipated, fading out east of 19, east of Highway 19. Got really tight there for a little bit. Not crazy strong, but just pretty tight. And that has since broadened out. All right. Yeah, there's also some pockets of wind showing up in this storm as it continues to work towards the radar site across the Sioux Falls area. Seeing actually a pocket just go up north of Sioux Falls around Crooks, 60 plus mile an hour winds in there, north of Highway 90, west of I-29. That storm, that's kind of that lead storm in this little complex. Already has its own probably considerable threat winds. Interesting there. Sioux Falls, it's going to be a little bit dicey here in the next few minutes. We have the storm working in from the west. That has weakened a little bit, but storms kind of over Sioux Falls and just to the north. Those have escalated some. They are all still behind this outflow boundary, so less of a tornado risk at the moment. But Sherman, Garrettson, Del Rapids, another kind of storm complex that may develop here in the next little while, just kind of on the backside of that lead system. So this is going to push into areas in Iowa as well, extreme southern Minnesota. Yeah, I have no idea why it just continues to block him for the links. And I don't know if I can do much about that, because if I take away the link protection, then some actual spammer can come in. And it's not like it's yelled at Cruz because Cruz types a lot. So I have to keep adjusting the length, the comment length for Cruz. I don't think he's in here right now, but that's easy to adjust because I can just manually adjust the length of the comments that it accepts. But if I just close off the link protection, then that actually opens up the spammers. So I have to figure out a little bit better. It might be just switching to the different chat bot. I think I might try a different chat bot for a little while. Our other storm is the destructive severe thunderstorm in southern portions of Nebraska. This is for Hitchcock County, Nebraska, and northwest of Trenton. This is a storm that has 3-inch diameter hail. That's teacup size hail. And this has been reported by spotters. Areas like Palisade are in that warning polygon. It's moving to the north at about 20 miles an hour. And yeah, that hail core is kind of tucked up right in this area here. Wow. Giant storm. Let's see. It's pushing 55,000 feet, maybe even higher than that. There's another storm here pushing 60,000 feet near Stockville, Nebraska. This one could have some really large hail in it too if it continues to uptrend. Right now being warned for $half size hail. I wouldn't be surprised if it's more. And then yeah, areas approaching Palisade, that's going to be the larger hail. Let's just track this out. I'm going to track it out kind of from the leading edge, just south of Palisade. It's crossing Highway 6 right now. Yeah, Palisade, 3 minutes or less till you get into the larger hail. Hamlet, 6. And then if it holds together, Hayes Center along Nebraska Highway 25, that's going to be about 36 minutes. Nasty storm crossing Highway 6 out in southwest Nebraska. Our other storm in Colorado has weakened. That's good. There's a new storm that's gone up, it looks like, over the Denver area. Some lightning starting to show up right over the airport. That sucks. That's going to be some travel delays right over the airport. Denver's airport is massive. I think it's one of the largest airports by size. This cell that has the 60,000 foot echo tops also has some wind in it too. Yeah, it's busy too, but I think like not necessarily like it's not like I think like Atlanta's busier, so like size is in like land, if I remember right. Yeah, Denver's airport. This is an AI response, so I haven't officially fact checked this, but Denver's airport is the largest airport in the United States by land area. It's the second largest in the world, surpassed only by King Fahd International Airport in Saudi Arabia. Denver's airport is twice the size of Manhattan. It is larger than the entire city of San Francisco, and you could fit Atlanta, O'Hare, LAX, and Dallas Fort Worth airports all in the borders of Denver's. So yeah, that is a very large airport. It also has the North America's longest public use commercial runway, 16,000 feet. It has a intentionally designated room for long-term growth. So I guess they're going to expand the airport. And yeah, it covers 137.8 square kilometers or 53 square miles. There's been tornadoes on more of the landspout tornadoes, not like supercellular ones, but there's been landspout tornadoes on the Denver airport property. I think it was last year. There was a ton of videos. I think people actually were taking pictures and video of one of the landspouts from the planes, like as they were on the tarmac and waiting at the gate and stuff. Yeah, I assume they're just going to try and wait that storm out. It's a fairly small storm, so hopefully just wait it out. It's right over kind of the main runways in that airport terminal. Hail is picked up. There's a little hail core in this area just north of Chancellor. That's going to ride south of the Sioux Falls area towards Harrisburg, Schindler, and those areas. Good news is this is still behaving itself. It's not tornadic, pushing through the Sioux Falls metro. Some larger storms also north of town. You can see above me here at Sioux Falls itself, actually dry roads at the moment, but things are going to go downhill quickly. We should start to see some of those wind and rain push into this camera perspective. This is looking west at 41st Street, 41st and Luis Avenue. Okay, so that's looking up Luis Avenue. That's looking towards the north, it looks like. All right, I see where it is. I thought it was looking west, but it's actually looking north. It is right in this area here. Yep, it's just off the fairgrounds, right in here. So just to the east of I-29. So yes, it is in the pocket of dry space. North of Sioux Falls, north of the airport, you do have heavy rain ongoing. And yeah, that continues across portions like Crooks, Renner Corner, Midway Corner, Baltic, and Baltic Corner. And actually, just the last radar scan that picked up in intensity a little bit. So pocket in there, 65 to 70 mile an hour winds near Crooks. I don't yet. I mentioned it, I think, a couple streams ago, Logan. I started to build one out, and then I paused because I want to wait and see, trying to figure out how to use Discord in the most effective way. I don't think it's going to get more viewers like other social media will get. Other social media I can use to bring in a broader amount of audience. So at first I thought about putting more energy into that, but I think what I might do is use the Discord as more of like a members only Discord. So once we get like channel memberships, that may be a perk that with a channel membership level, you get to join the Discord and be more into that. So I think I'm going to do like a semi-private Discord after we get the channel memberships like activated and all that. That's kind of the tentative plan. That could change, but I think that's a nice way to do something. And because if you have the channel memberships, you want to give a little bit of perk for people that do, get the memberships. And then by keeping it somewhat private, then it prevents a little bit of the craziness. Couple storms still going severe across Garden City in Kansas. They have added that flash flood warning. I suspected they would for a while around Johnson and Ulysses. This is an hour loop, and that storm has basically sat there. Grant and Stanton counties in southwest Kansas. 2 to 3 inches of rain already, additional 2 to 4 inches more. That may go to considerable flash flood. This is a semi-arid environment in the higher plains. Less rainfall out in the high plains. That's a lot of rain. This storm has gotten a little more interesting as far as not as far as the hail, but it's actually developed a little bit of a hook on the southern flank near Stratton, and actually showing some rotation in here now as well. Kind of broadly, but that is an interesting look. Yeah. Winds going towards the radar in the green, red are going away from the radar. And then also seeing that start to pick up in shear rate a little bit, or not shear rate, but spectrum width. I'll check it though in shear rate. Yeah, shear rate also showing that. Starting to localize an area of rotation right in there. And actually shear rate pegs it really well. Yeah. That's interesting. That's transitioning from less of a hail threat to more of a tornado risk. The hail core that would be as destructive hail core is over the Palisade area. Surprisingly, they're continuing it with just ping pong ball size hail, but that's going to lift across I-6 or US 6, Palisade to Hamlet, and then up towards Hayes Center. Nasty storm that may have a short-term tornado risk there in southwest Nebraska. Strongest winds are just on the north side of Sioux Falls, just north of the airport. We should be able to get some radar data in for that, or not radar, but actual observation data in as that storm complex crosses the radar site. That should give us a new storm report for gusty winds. And then we've pretty much lost that area of circulation to the west of Sioux Falls. So rain pushing into the I-29 corridor, basically just west of downtown. And yeah, that storm was buffering a little bit there, this stream. So I think that that rainfall and that storm is closing in on this area down by the mall. I think it was in Sioux Falls. Arpeggio, how's it going today? Yeah, we were tracking those storms. That looked like some pretty hefty wind across that area. Let's see. Yeah, Menominee Falls recorded a 64-mile-an-hour wind gust. Looks like just a little bit ago, Manitowoc at the airport, 40-mile-an-hour winds. There's also some small hail in there. Richfield had a train spotter report 1-inch diameter hail. So yeah, that northern area of Milwaukee was rocking and rolling for a little while. Watertown, 55-mile-an-hour gust earlier. Same for Sun Prairie. Belleville, 60-mile-an-hour gusts. And out here by Belleville, I think it was, south of Madison, we had a report of a barn fire, lightning-induced barn fire. So yeah, it's been an afternoon and early evening across the southern tier of Wisconsin. Things are quieting down a little bit, but you may get into more storms later tonight as these clusters out in the Missouri Valley start to push east. We're also seeing less severe storms in the western portions of South Dakota right now. Still seeing a pretty nasty storm south of Dupree. This has come out of the Faith area, and it is sinking towards the southeast. So this may be an issue later on as this storm complex gets towards Pierre, South Dakota. And then they've dropped the large hail. They've dropped the destructive threat. They've brought it down to considerable threat, still tennis ball size hail. They've added the tornado possible tag. So I agree with that. I don't think it's a teacup size hailstorm anymore, but it does have spin in it, and it is just south of where some of that largest hail was reported, just to the west and northwest of Stratton, Nebraska. Seeing that actually increase, our spectrum width has increased in the last scan. I would guess that shear rate may have increased too. Shear rate's still kind of holding its own, but it's localized to that location. So yeah, that checks out. Nasty little hook now developing on this little supercell. And the larger hail has kind of left split from that. So up towards Palisade and Hayes Center, we still have a strong to severe storm there. New hail core has gone up just north of that hook. What an interesting cell. That continues to ramp up. It could get a tornado warning. I think it's an interaction with some of these outflow boundaries in here. Yeah, there's been a couple different outflow boundaries. There may be some convergence point between a couple different outflow boundaries and those storms, and that's causing a little localized area of spin. And there's the heavy rain pushing into Sioux Falls right now. They've dropped the warning down to 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Don't think there's much hail in this storm. But yeah, pushing into the Sioux Falls area now. Those storms shouldn't be as tornadic. They are well behind this outflow boundary in here. So this one was looking a little more interesting earlier, west of Sioux Falls. It made an attempt at tornado genesis, even though it was behind the outflow boundary. This is when it really started to spin near Monroe, and you can see this outflow boundary in here. That's pushing away from the storm. And yeah, generally, if you're behind that outflow boundary, you're not going to get enough updraft support to get a tornado out of that. But it tried. That was one of the storms that has, I think, had the most chance at a tornado, even after the outflow boundary has pushed well out ahead of that. I haven't seen that much. That's pretty rare. If it was along or ahead of the outflow boundary, that would have been I think, a nasty problem for areas into Sioux Falls. So Sioux Falls got lucky tonight. Saved by the outflow boundary. And that has pushed well ahead now, this cluster of storms. Rotation continues to develop in here. It's just to the northwest of Stratton. Broadened, though. The last scan, it has broadened out just a little bit. But yeah, generally winds towards the radar and away from the radar. It has spin. It hasn't really tightened that. It's, again, one of those hooks that isn't really much of a hook. It's kind of this blocky look. If we really want to get that storm to spin, we need to get a little bit more RFD to surge around that area of circulation, which it could do. And it may actually be trying to do that a little bit. See how this green kind of wraps a little bit around the area of rotation. It may start to do that. It may try to wrap that outflow boundary. So it's definitely a developing supercell. It is definitely developing a new large hail core just north of Stratton, north of US 34 in western Nebraska. That's running kind of along the southern end of your screen. And it's not moving much. It is now almost stationary. The hook is actually moving a little bit to the northwest, away from Stratton. But yeah, this is a unique little cell, and its left split produced 3-inch hail earlier. It's good that cell is out in a fairly remote area. If that was over a city, that could be a problem with teacup-size hail. Yeah, the strongest part of the storm is through the Sioux Falls area, so that's a good sign to see. Let's take a look and look at some of the latest model data real quick. Model data shows that this is going to be pockets of severe storms well into the overnight. Basically looking at some of these clusters of storms lifting across central Nebraska, those complex of storms that we're looking at right now. May get some more strong to severe storms in northwest
A new
Kansas.
flash flood warning has been issued.
And then potentially back into eastern South Dakota, potentially. And even into the overnight hours, interactions between the rain-cooled boundaries, between all of the instability and moisture in the atmosphere, that clockwise flow around the high pressure, the heat dome, is just pumping a ton of moisture from the Gulf Coast all the way up into the Midwest and into the high plains. And those boundary interactions, those former storm clusters, more moisture is going to lead to more storms across these areas. And yeah, by morning, we may have a strong cluster of storms working through Minnesota, northern Iowa. This model run also puts more storms back into the high plains, western South Dakota, central and western Nebraska. And then we do it all over again, although the severe risk does spread a little further towards the east. Tomorrow, we do have a severe risk across Chicago, northern Indiana, southwest Michigan, northern Ohio. Potentially another cluster storms working through there into the evening. And we may have another cluster into the northern portions of Michigan, as well as kind of a rinse and repeat back here across the high plains into the evening hours. We get more storms going up in western Kansas, western Nebraska, western South Dakota. Those storms upscale and move east during the evening. So it's very much rinse and repeat. And then into the evening and overnight, congeal into a line segment that works through the Missouri Valley again. This will be early morning July 4th. It kind of breaks down, and then we get more isolated storms, it looks like, for July 4th. At least initially, this is kind of a very early look at a July 4th forecast, but potentially less storm coverage. So many storms kind of in that same area. I'm curious to see what the Weather Prediction Center has for excessive rainfall. Yeah, clearing stuff off the screen just a little bit to make it less confusing, but this is the Weather Prediction Center's forecast for excessive rainfall. Day 2, the day 1 is there, that's today. Tomorrow, basically the same area, and then it broadens out for 4th of July. But yeah, that checks out because tomorrow it looks like there's more rounds of storms across the same area, the I-80 corridor, eastern Nebraska into much of Iowa. So pockets of flash flooding are definitely possible across those areas. Sioux City, Denison, Fort Dodge, Waterloo, Dubuque, Des Moines, Mason City, all those areas in Iowa really need to be aware of your situation and surroundings. We've shrunk the risk a little bit here with the latest Storm Prediction Center update. Still have a slight risk across the Dakotas. Still a enhanced risk across southeast South Dakota, southwest Minnesota, and northwest Iowa, and then extending out across the Mississippi Valley. Also, that little pocket in Kansas still also has a slight risk. Tornado risk stretches from extreme eastern Montana, southwestern South or North Dakota, across central South Dakota,
A new
into the
flash
Missouri
flood
Valley
warning
again,
has
and
been
then across
issued.
northern Iowa. And then the wind risk really centered in that same area where we have the enhanced risk. Less of a broader wind risk, so the wind risk has come down overall. And our hail risk has diminished quite significantly, more isolated and pushed up into the higher plains, especially out towards Rapid City, up into the Dakotas. Tomorrow, we do it all again, as we looked at with the model data. A lot of the same areas under a slight risk, a lot of the same areas very similar under an enhanced risk. And then that does stretch out across the I-80 corridor, all the way from Omaha, Des Moines, Chicago, Fort Wayne, Cleveland, all the way into New York City with a slight risk tomorrow. The wind risk tomorrow back into that enhanced corridor, but could get some damaging wind all the way into New York City tomorrow. The day 2 tornado risk is centered in Nebraska and South Dakota, also western portions of Iowa. And the day 2 hail risk also kind of in those same areas, South Dakota and Nebraska, a little bit of Iowa. So not as big of a hail risk, especially out east. Not as big of a hail risk. It's mostly wind. Day 3, this is 4th of July, another early look at 4th of July. High Plains has a slight risk, and then also the upper Ohio Valley into the mid-Atlantic. Slight risk right now. We'll get more data on that going into tomorrow. Then a broad area of level 1 marginal risk. It does look like storm coverage, at least right now, looks like storm coverage may be a little bit more sporadic, a little more which would be nice for people to enjoy the America 250, 250 years and still going strong. So yeah, but if you're out and about, if you're on the lakes, on the shore in Jersey and the Mid-Atlantic, definitely pay attention, especially in the afternoon with the possibility of storms. Looks like here we'll probably do another live stream tomorrow, especially with an enhanced risk. Maybe a little bit of a break on 4th of July, or maybe a smaller stream if we're kind of covering a specific cluster of storms, something like that. Selfishly, I'd like to get out and enjoy America 252, and I do enjoy some fireworks. On that note, we talked about it on yesterday's stream quite a lot, but there are a bunch of firework cancellations and also firework ordinances, bans against fireworks out in the Four Corners. Fire weather continues there, so definitely please heed those warnings by the local officials on firework regulations and stuff. If you've built a stockpile up for the 4th of July, just maybe pick another holiday and delay your personal celebration with the fireworks, because yeah, tomorrow looks like another elevated fire weather day, and it continues to be very dry and very fiery. Yeah, here's a look. You can especially see it when it's in motion, but where those stationary plumes of clouds are, those aren't clouds, those are actually fires that are burning. So you can still see some of the large western fires. There's one near Flagstaff, one up in southwest New Mexico. Like there's another in the mountains west of Pueblo, and I think there's a couple others in there. There are some clouds across some of those areas, but yeah, there's some fires there in western Colorado near Telluride, and yeah, you can see that smoke kind of spilling away. So yeah, there's a ton of large fires, some other smaller fires, and yeah, please heed those burn bans and those firework bans, even though even if you were planning on celebrating. Let's see. Let's get back and just check to make sure we're in pretty good shape. Down to 15 severe thunderstorm warnings, a little more isolated severe risk right now. Interestingly, they canceled that warning. That should be severe warned at least. Should be a tornado possible tag. It still does have some rotation on it. I would treat that as a severe warning at least. It could be even considerable threat with it's a V-notched supercell. It has a hail core in there that shows up on ZDR. Should show up on correlation coefficient. Yeah, I don't know why they backed off the warning there. That needs a warning north of Stratton. But other than that, that may be one of our stronger storms in the country right now. Lost our warnings for the most part out in western South Dakota. Still have the standard general severe thunderstorm warning pushing through the Sioux Falls area. There's the camera looking at heavy rain, but pushing east of Sioux Falls. So yeah, I think right now I'm going to wrap up the stream, get a little bit of a walk in and stretch the legs, since we've been streaming a lot the last, I don't know how many days straight. But as usual, I appreciate all of our new subscribers. Our active chat tonight was amazing. If you're new here, like and subscribe. It helps the channel. It helps send this life-saving weather coverage off to more people. There's the subscribe link in the chat. And yeah, it helps get our message out. No hype, science-based communications for weather. Just kind of avoiding some of the sensationalism and some of the overhyping of some of our digital weather community. And especially on social media, there's a ton of really fake weather and weird random hype, and some of it leads to actually like totally fake weather reports on some of the other social media, which we'll probably discuss another stream. But it gets to that time of year where some people on social media put out like Category 5 hurricane hitting Miami, Florida, because sometimes as we get into summer, model data that goes out 300 plus hours will show something spinning up when there's really no chance of it. So just be aware where you get your weather information from. There are some really reliable sources also on social media. Even if you don't watch a lot of like news coverage, local news is unfortunately kind of dying. Local news. A lot of times your local meteorologist may have his or her own social media, so you may want to look them up, and they a lot of times are posting their forecast videos. So if you just watch the local news for the weather, you may end up just looking up and seeing if your local meteorologist has an account on social media, because they can post those weather reports and weather videos and stuff. So that's a good way to do that. Otherwise, yeah, stay safe tonight. Have ways to get warnings. We may get more clusters of storms. It's a little bit of a lull right now, but it does look like model data supports more storms overnight. So just have ways to get warnings. Make sure your phone alerts are turned on. Make sure you have NOAA weather radios and the batteries are charged. And then we'll see you on the next one, probably tomorrow. So we'll continue to rinse and repeat as we watch these ridge riding complexes of storms. And that heat dome continues with some significant heat the next few days across the Mid-South, the Ohio Valley, and into the Northeast. Stay safe, everyone.